Good morning, it's 8:31 a.m. and we are here for our weekly consent agenda review and work session. Welcome.
Hey.
We have a few of you guys in the room. Are there any particular consent agenda items you were here to discuss?
We're here for a walk-on, but I do have a question.
Okay.
It is a right-of-way consultant for West Shore. It's the washed out standard contract and the same one we use for Grape and Maple. But this particular one has not been reviewed by legal. But I wanted to ask because it is the standard washed out contract, so up to you.
And what project is it for?
It's for a right-of-way consultant for West Shore. It turns out we had to get a consultant anyway to evaluate once we're done. So we chose to do it sooner rather than later, and they can help us finish acquiring the permits to go onto their property. So.
And this consultant's gonna go out to each individual person and talk to them and get
Correct.
it straightened out.
Yep.
I got a couple complaints on that yesterday about the way that they are being approached a little bit. And then the question I kind of got about it was, okay, so they take my notes of what I would like, what I expect, but then it's all about just sign this contract because this is how we get you where you want to go. Well, their question is, well, if I have things I would like different than what you presented to me and I sign this contract, then how do I know I'm getting those things I'm telling you that I want in order to sign the contract? So we weren't overly impressed by Mr. Brin at all. So I did tell him to reach out to you, Andy.
I assume this consultant will take that over,
Yes.
explain things.
But that was interesting, question. At what point do they discuss what they would like to see done if it's not at the time that he's at their doorstep? So.
You had two of those?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this contract is similar to the ones that we've signed previously?
Yeah, it's the same agreement. It's actually the same consultant that we're currently using on Grape and Maple.
Okay, so we meet with the prosecuting attorney's office at 1:30, so I would feel more comfortable just running that by. Do you have it? And then we can put it on as a walk-on? Okay, if you want to give it time. Caitlin
You wanna look at
will
it?
not lose it.
I won't lose it. Do you want to look at it? Do you want?
Well, I'm gonna trust Public Works that it's similar, so we'll have it there. Andy, was that your only walk-on?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the chairman of the Board of Equalization is online as well for answering any questions you may have this morning.
Don't we have a DOE update today?
You do, but he thought he would attend right now too, in case you had questions.
Okay. What item number is that one?
It's 7, 8, and 9, I believe.
Well, I'm on number 2.
11:30 to 12. Big deal, since we have you in the room, can we talk about this appointment for the Port of Mattawa?
Sure, here to answer any questions. I think talked to Cindy a little bit, talked to our association also, WPPA, look for some legal advice from them and the port's attorney as well. I think as I mentioned in the cover letter, we're down to one board member, so we can't conduct business. We don't have a quorum.
Right.
And so, for example, we're getting ready to make payments, checks, what have you. So even though I'm going to process them and what have you, I still need the board to review those warrants. But at this point, kind of left without a quorum. I think even more pressing for us, both of you were at the groundbreaking, appreciate that. that same developer have another land transaction with him, and we're at the closing point. I need to sign an addendum, but I need the board to approve it. So with that, you have the authority to appoint a board member in the interim. Kevin Anderson is on the ballot this November for that same district, which is basically the Desert Air District.
And he is the only one,
He is the only one, correct?
so it makes it easier to.
So running unopposed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard he's.
Both our seats that are to be filled are both unopposed.
Oh,
We have another seat, and we'll have another one now with the resignation last Monday, so.
So as long, I don't see any problems doing that. It needs to happen sooner than later. And then you will be able to move forward, getting that third position filled if you would like prior
Yes.
to the election.
Right, and so we'll probably utilize the process that I lined out prior when we had a resignation, which the board has the opportunity to come up with one choice. Then I have to notify the public of that choice. Then the public can come in and nominate their own choice. And from that, the board picks. If they don't do that within 90 days, then the board have the authority to appoint. So hopefully we'll have that third board member appointed in-house.
Yeah.
We can probably help you with that second one here.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't.
Later this afternoon.
Yes,
When it rains, it pours.
yes.
Number 6, I know there's some interest down in South Grant County for the board appointment for the health district, and they are a user of public health. So I don't know if we have a vacancy.
Right.
So let me see if.
Were you checking with somebody that you know down there to see if they're interested?
Yeah, well, they said they'd put it in, so I'm asking, because I found out yesterday, we don't take them, we don't receive them, the health district does. So then they will just review it and send it to us. Just reached out to Teresa.
okay, so Jerry or Jim, item 7 for BOE compensation. Is there a maximum?
I just promoted Jim to a panelist.
Yeah, I see that he hasn't accepted yet, I don't think.
Were you thinking an hour? Is that what we were thinking? 1 hour?
I don't want to speak for him if he's online.
He isn't.
He should be there now.
Yeah,
He was a
I don't think
panelist.
it's an hour.
I'm in now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as I'm concerned, if we can table all this discussion until we have our discussion at 11:30. I think it would be the best way to do it, if that's okay with the commissioners.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I believe all members of the all available members of the BOE will be there to have a discussion in person at 11:30.
Okay.
I had a comment for item 10, if you're ready.
Yeah.
The cannabis license application, we are past that 20-day response time, but I did put it on consent anyways for the commissioners to decide if you still wanted to sign and respond. We were just waiting on a response from Jim Anderson Cook about the zoning for the location that they're wanting to have that at. The future ones, do you guys want me to keep waiting for Jim's response, or do you want me to just put it on consent with or without his response in order to make the timelines?
Probably just make the timeline.
Okay.
Okay, I see the Public Works is here, so I'm gonna throw out a question. Teresa did send me the resolution for the solid waste fund. They get 25 cents for every ton of waste. And it's because we had a septic failure, and I told them they should just use down in Desert Air, it's pretty ugly. They should use our solid waste, like abatement fund that we give them. And in the contract, it says the health district has requested a portion of the existing solid waste disposal fees to fund some of the Grant County Health District's solid waste activities. So if we just, because Teresa said it has to go for solid waste, I don't know how much solid waste the health district actually does, you know, because we're usually the ones that take care of the solid waste, like the garbage collection and stuff. If we just removed to fund some of the Grant County Health District's waste activities and removed solid. Oh, let me just print this if I can.
We're just trying to figure out a way to fund people that can't afford to fix their failed septic systems and then get reimbursed from them.
Kind of how we do go through the abatement. We do it for, hoping this is,
And wasn't that fund set up for like removing camp trailers and, I mean, is this something?
yes, that's
set up
exactly,
for?
that's what we use it for, cleaning up
Okay.
property. And I know we get 75 cents, they get 25 cents. And during the discussions, because they don't have an account to pay for, like when they had to go pump a septic, it was draining onto the neighbor's property.
So they want to use their 25 cents for that.
Or to repair them if needed, and then
Yeah, and then we can put, they would still put it in a, boots were very last, smaller. I think if we just remove solid, we would be able to. You're gonna just throw a wild hair out there, it's probably yours.
yes, this is
I knew it.
This is the septic pumping company out there in Mattawa
Okay.
complained about.
Yes. And it is actively, I did send that to Jim, and he said it's under active investigation, but it has been for like 7 years. 5 years. Some RV camp,
Well,
septic, porta potty business.
give me a chance to look, because it says as described in the Grant County Solid Waste Management Plan. So
Okay.
give me a chance to look at that, make sure it doesn't exclude anything.
Oh, I see they only get 15 cents. I thought they got 25 cents. Okay. And that would at least be an avenue for them to utilize funds.
Yeah.
And then Daryl's kind of the guru on doing the abatement and tying it into the property, and that's how we rely on him and the prosecuting attorney's office, so we do that portion legally.
Did Jim say who's investigating them?
Code enforcement.
Like the sheriff's department, code enforcement?
And then they tie in the health district, and I think the Department of Health has been over there, but they can't get on the property because they have a lagoon pond, but I don't believe it's lined or permitted. There's a whole bunch of issues going on there, and they continue to operate.
Going on for 7 years? Oh, okay.
I've been down there, sent pictures, and they run an RV park as well. Quite the odor.
Any other items in consent agenda?
Nope. Hey Kevin, back to that complaint, I did call, I think they even called Department of Ecology, because they are the ones that regulate that from there. For the Spokane office, but the Yakima office will come and inspect. And they just said they couldn't get onto the property to view it. And the neighbors above had said, you can come stand on our deck and you have because they live up on the hill.
Well, there's no excuse.
A view
That's
on
no
this.
excuse. They have drones that they can fly up there and
But
take pictures of it.
Grant County is a regulating agency on that. So until Grant County steps in and does something, we are the ones that should be regulating that.
Okay, Department of Health, our health department, health and safety issue? Or does it
No,
rely
it
on
would
the
be,
sheriff's
it's,
department?
it's a code enforcement and a building. Because there is not a building permit or a permit to run that facility. So it's it's the breakdown between the code enforcement and the building and planning, so. The building and planning is aware of it, but they are not a entity that can go stop it. They need code enforcement.
I'll talk to our prosecuting attorney about that.
It's one of about 600 code,
What's that?
probably one of 600 code enforcement.
Have you talked to the sheriff's office on that one? I don't remember discussing that one in any meetings.
I have, do you want me to find my email trail?
Yeah. Best to work with them first, just let them know it's a concern, it's high priority.
I guess switch the, back to February
Any
28th,
items you need from us,
2018.
Barb?
I do not.
So on October 24th, 2021, I did reply to the neighbor. Let them know to contact Richard Benson, who is over the large site sewer lagoon division, gave her the phone number to contact directly. Okay, yeah, Josh, Sainsbury and Shrews Atkinson's were tagged in October 24th, 2021. Okay, I left a message with Department of Ecology. I should have a number here, but basically said because it's a residential, they are passing it back to the county. The sheriff showed up and couldn't see anything to cite them with, but he admitted he didn't know the code. My husband is curious if they have a dumping permit at all. They have been cited in the past for illegal dumping of their business sewage. We will start around another round.
Any items commissioners want to discuss before we take a quick recess?
I'm good.
Good, Cindy?
Yep, I'm good.
All right, we'll recess until 9 a.m.
See you all.
See ya.
Thank you.
Good morning, it's 9:01 a.m. We are here for a public works update with Andy Booth and John Brice.
Good morning. We're gonna do these a little out of order in case we run out of time. We had a quick strike update, that local 302 that's actually affecting two of our projects, the Stratford Road reconstruction and also solid waste phase 4 construction. I have a meeting on the phase 4 at 10:30 today, so hopefully have an update on where that stands. But currently, both of those projects are shut down. So actually, solid waste is doing a little bit because the subcontractor that was doing the liner is there, so they will be able to complete that. But do you have a West Shore update, John?
Well, on the Stratford part, also, we were already gonna be pushing it to put 2 shots of oil down on Stratford, so if this strike goes on, potentially we could have 3 miles of gravel over the winter on Stratford to maintain, because if it gets too late in the year, we don't wanna shoot oil, spend $200,000 on oil and manpower, and it fall apart, because it was too late in the year, too cold. So that is a potential if this goes on too far. If it doesn't go on too long, we might be able to at least get the prime shot of oil down and maybe not the second. And then we can worry about the second next spring. But those are a couple of possibilities that could happen if this strike continues too far out. West Shore.
When a strike happens, do you have to stick with that contractor?
So I looked through the solid waste contract and it's not addressed at all. So,
Because that's impacting Stratford too.
yes. Solid waste, I mean, if that gets done too late in the year, we have to put 10 feet of residential garbage down on that as your first layer to protect the liner. And until that goes in, that whole thing collects water, which all has to be treated as leachate because it's tied into the leachate system. So it's both projects could cause us some serious problems. But like I said, the solid waste one, it's not addressed one way or the other. I haven't looked at the Stratford Road contract, but
Have you heard any updates on how that's going as far as negotiating?
I think they vote every Monday is what I heard, and they voted yesterday and it didn't pass. So they're another week at least of striking until they vote again.
It was Shamrock
yeah. Both jobs are actually Shamrock.
or the other Spokane?
Yes. And like they're a Pat Meyer company, but they're out of Spokane.
Last week, the superintendent on the job for solid waste gave us a pretty good update, and we have that meeting at 10:30, so I hopefully no more then.
Or all divisions doing this or just Shamrock?
No, it's the local 302 operators.
So it would encompass.
Yeah, whoever's working with that union, they're operators.
Any other questions?
How far did they get on Stratford before this?
They were just starting to put some base down on the subgrade. They still, I think, had a couple of those big soft spots they were working on, but they were putting some base down for the subgrade in the meantime. So not very far into it.
If additional damage is caused to the road during this time, we don't pay that increase.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this impacts 14,000 workers. So the chances of grabbing somebody else are probably
Slim.
very.
The intersection at 20 in Stratford, so the foreman is checking that every day, and then we may take some water out there just to where he can roll it and keep it in good shape, because people are obviously going through that cutout to go either on the detour or go to Wilson Creek on the gravel. And then, of course, over the weekend, they're spinning Brodies in the middle of it and that kind of stuff. So we will probably take out some water here and there where he can keep it in some kind of shape that's passable.
I guess we just sit and wait.
Yeah, it's not much we can do, so,
It's out of our control.
Yeah. It's not
Hopefully
ideal,
figure it
but
out. Is it about wages or is it?
I haven't heard what they're striking about. That's usually the case. And both of ours are prevailing wage jobs, so they're probably not on our, but affected all the way through with how many did you say? 14,000. So
Just you.
we did, I think the day after it started, we had a handful of picketers outside at solid waste.
Oh,
They only did it for 2 days and haven't been back, so. For sure.
So West Shore, obviously you guys know Dave has been out. They've gotten 32 permits signed and checks distributed. Apparently there's a few more out there that are thinking about it, you know, before they sign or reviewing it with others. But that's the number he's at so far. He went out yesterday and he'll go out again Thursday. But he's usually a Tuesday, Thursday going out there in the afternoons and meeting with people. We sent out 9 letters in the mail last week to residents that, you know, we don't have any other way of contacting them, so they'll be receiving that in the mail and hopefully contacting us and to see what it's all about, or we can move forward with some of them. Other than that, we've been corresponding with the contractor about changes and hopefully getting them back in here mid-September to start working on these approaches and getting things cleaned up. So,
should we have a meeting?
I don't know. I don't know what that will solve. I mean, it'll give them the ability to voice their opinion, but I mean, you know, as far as where the approaches are, nothing's really gonna change there. Like Lisa.
Well, are they all because I feel like some of them aren't getting all the information. There's probably more rumors floating around than actual facts. And
That's
I'm
for
wondering, just having a meeting, because they've kind of sent an email,
Yeah,
requested a meeting, and sometimes they can be a little volatile.
Yeah.
But sometimes they release steam, and then you can get a lot more accomplished as a
Yeah.
whole than trying to, because everybody's take on what's happening appears to be a little different.
Well, it's hard to address as a whole because each driveway is different.
Mhm.
We have some that are less than a foot. We have others that are 12 feet off of the right of way. So it is hard to address holistically, but we could have a meeting and like you say, they could vent some and we could answer specific questions, but yeah, I'm not opposed to that.
And limit 60 to 90 seconds per person. Okay, well, I would be willing to go. I just think well, it's gonna be a little brutal, but I do feel like overall it will be helpful.
Okay.
Not like I really want to do it, but I feel like I should do it.
Have you been out there?
Not
I've
lately.
been out there, I don't know, 5 or 6 times, met with people.
Scared I might not make it out if I go there. I've definitely busy with a lot of folks on the telephone.
And the one that told us about earlier, Rob. I hadn't heard that one yet, so I'll get a hold of them when they
Well, some of the
return.
concern I've heard is, okay, you're gonna pave, let's say you pave 8 feet, 9 feet, and you're gonna leave 5 feet in between of gravel to then their section that they have already. So so that was like one. One was, okay, well, before it was just gravel and it absorbed everything. And then their little slab or whatever was concrete. So it absorbed into the area. But now you have 8 to 10 feet of asphalt. So now the absorption area is less. So now it's just going to run off into the property and kind of flood the parking area. So that was one, and they just kind of thought, now I'm going to have a water issue versus before I didn't have a water issue. The other one was similar. That one was kind of offered to pave all the way to connect to their existing, but no drain options were presented. So then their thing was like, okay, so where is the water going?
And they wanted to pave their section at the same time?
No, I think the distance was short enough, it was gonna
Okay.
connect.
Okay.
It might have been concrete, I don't remember what surface. One was asphalt, one was concrete, one's gravel, all gravel. And then their one concern out of those people was also, you're gonna do the asphalt, you're gonna fix up that part, cool, but what about behind the mailbox? Because behind the mailbox at that one's probably like a 5-foot drop. So. And it is a pretty good drop. I mean, I've been there. The mailboxes make no sense.
No,
Like it.
This is what they asked for,
Yeah, it is.
or some of them. I shouldn't say all of it, shouldn't generalize all of them, but
Yeah,
some
I
of
mean, I
them.
understand change is horrible and all that. I mean, the road's nice. I think the sidewalks look nice. Obviously, the approaches in their property are not all very optimal at the moment. I don't like the mailboxes if it was me living there. But
no, I agree. At least it's a beautiful sidewalk and you throw up a bunch of stuff in the
you have
way.
mailboxes in the middle of them. It's kind of
Yeah.
weird, but change is hard when you're used to having your mailbox right there at your house. I live in a community where the mailbox is at the entry. I like that. Don't pick up my mail very often, but it's definitely cleaner.
I
But-
think overall, it's a nice project and a lot of people are happy with it. I think just getting these approaches taken care of is probably the biggest thing.
Did you ever find out when the inspectors started voicing the concerns, the worries?
We have
Because I
not-
met with an inspector and basically he was saying, hey, listen, I was saying it from the beginning, but he wouldn't say to who or any details.
No, we really haven't. Occasional conversations, but honestly, with the strike, we might be able to do it now. They've been pretty busy and they've kind of voiced the same thing, but won't really nail down a timeline or so. And this right-of-way consultant, it started out that they allowed Dave to acquire the property, and that's true, but then we needed them to evaluate at the very end. Potentially, we might owe some of these people a little bit more money for using their property. That's what WashDOT required us to get them for. So since we were required to get them, we thought, let's do it now. Dave's 6 to 8 hours a week isn't fast enough. So if we
Well,
can,
professionals, they do it all the time.
yeah,
They know what to say, they know how to handle themselves. I think for us, it's probably, it eliminates the county.
Yeah.
And you have an independent person out there explaining how this is gonna work. I think for us, it's a better way to go.
so as soon as we get that agreement finalized, we're gonna put them in trying to get it acquired and helping us out, and I
We will
agree.
try to do a walk-on.
Yeah, and I apologize for that. It was probably Friday about 8 o'clock when Dave sent that to us, so
Okay.
it's, And I did want to bring to your attention, legal has not looked at it, but standard
right away.
contract and same one we used on Grape and Maple.
Same company.
Probably leave it up to you.
I think they did a pretty good job on Maple,
Did they?
from what I understand. I mean, we took people's front yards, and they were able to
Fences.
convince them that it was the right thing to do and not cause problems for us. So I think they did a pretty good job.
Good. No, I think they'll be beneficial for this project. So anything else on that one?
No, one thing I would like to see soon would be like just take 3 random properties and show us an example of what the offered finished product looks like. Just so that we know, because right now I don't know if you're connecting from road to existing or if there are going to be gaps. I had understood it was all going to be connected.
Yeah, there should be no gaps. It's gonna go from the sidewalk to their driveway, depending on
So-
how far.
The biggest property we go on is a little over 14 feet onto their property, but that's the very worst one.
Right, so
And if there's concrete or something there already, we will be connecting to it.
With
my
concrete.
understanding. With concrete.
So you'll excavate down and it'll be a seamless transition.
If it's asphalt, will be replaced with asphalt. If it's gravel, we're gonna pave the right of way and then the rest will be gravel.
Unless it's still on that slope, that's where we're asking. So we don't want to have 3 foot of slope and then it gets to asphalt. We're gonna go 3 feet. That's what the permit is, go that 3 feet so that whole slope will be asphalt. Where they're not spinning out in gravel, then they get to asphalt,
Right.
you know. So even if there's nothing to connect to, that whole slope should be paved.
Yeah, because that last thing we want is somebody get in an accident because they're spinning the gravel, and they're halfway out the road.
And we did address the Haverlows. Dave met with them yesterday,
Okay.
and we had the road crew was supposed to go out and compact their approaches to, apparently whatever rock was in there was round stuff, so they were supposed to get something with some fines in there and get it compacted better for them. So, but they did meet with Dave, and they're reviewing that permit as well. So.
Yeah, I saw where there was white paint on some of those properties where somebody painted white paint. You know, like maybe that's where they want to end it, or I wasn't sure, but I assume that we were out there.
In his 2 driveways, I think one was 11.6 and the other was 11.7. It's quite a ways. So,
The ARBS thing, the speed limit.
yeah. This is not on our discussion topics, but we wanted to discuss the hearing we have on the 26th for the speed limit ordinance. And we just wanted to go over real quick and make sure, you know, because you had that golf course, Moses Point, that requested the golf cart ordinance. And we need to do the speed limit first. So if you are, depending on your thoughts on the golf cart ordinance, at that hearing, we may need to make a portion of West Shore 25. And it's a little over half a mile. So,
That should have been the email you guys received this
Yep.
morning
yeah,
from Barb. Two.
part 2.
The speed limit must be 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, and she highlighted there in Cayenne, all the roads that they're wanting that card to.
And it's from basically 4 Northeast to Melby Way.
The only issue that I can think of is, in talking to the sheriff's department, is kids riding the golf carts, not licensed people driving golf carts on the county roads. Apparently, it's become a problem down in Desert Air.
In
Some
Sunland Estates.
Sunland Estates.
But they are ticketed. when
Yeah, the parents
it
get
happens.
ticketed, so I mean, as long as we have something in there that the people that live out there understand that they can't let their kids run around town in their golf carts. I think that's important.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's up to you guys and what your plans are for out there, but is something we wanted to bring to your attention before that hearing next week. Any questions on that?
I'm sure we'll have more. Is it conducive to a 25 mile an hour? I'm looking at the map here. Is it just a blue area or?
Yeah,
Okay, because I see some red road. Okay, so it's just within the blue. The blue.
I can't see the colors on our map, so.
Oh, well, because there's a lot of red light. I'm like, that's a lot of roads. I don't think we can handle 25 miles an hour on those, but the outlined area. Area surrounding the golf course. Looks like the south portion.
Food for thought before the hearing. Any other questions on that?
Yep.
So we wanted to get the board's opinion on the possibility of closing our public works office to the public on Fridays. Since the permitting has all gone down to planning, there's Fridays that we have no phone calls and no walk-ins. And it's not a formal request, we wanted to know what your thoughts were on that as a possibility to get rid of that.
My thoughts would be no, because yesterday we had a meeting about trying to get an office we don't control to open on Fridays.
The
So
health district.
I can't really support closing one of ours if we're gonna request an outside one to be open.
Fair enough. I think we have time for the accomplishments.
Is there, we just don't have the public that comes in on Friday?
no more. Now that approach permits and everything's down here, we just don't really see any public walking in the doors. A few phone calls is mostly what we're getting, questions about things, but it's not that staff wouldn't be there, it's just, there's no need to have people there, walking in, having it. But we still have people that work Fridays that would be in office. Barb, one of them, so Rico.
So if you close it, staff would be there, just not your
There'd be
intent?
some staff there still, yes.
Okay, just not answering.
Yeah, just no walk-ins.
Okay.
No, it's fine. We'll make it work. It's dropped so much with the approach permits all going to planning.
Yeah, we did close public, or the building and planning department from 4 to 5, just because people would come in at 5 o'clock with an hour project. That anyway, we did that.
Yeah.
I must say, we received a few phone calls that some were not very nice. There's people in the office and they're refusing to open the door. So
Yeah, that would be a bad look.
a little frustrating. Okay, well, food for thought. Definitely something we can look at. And
No, those are good points.
But we'll go over last week's accomplishments. The litter crew, they were out collecting tires, refrigerators, and such. At solid waste, we collected almost 2,400 tons last week. On the road districts, they are busy now that seal coat is over. They're grading, rock raking, gravel replacement, doing some of the things they weren't able to do before. And then they're working on next year's pre-leveling, crack filling, those types of things. They're still sweeping some of the seal coat area. Hopefully they'll finish up this week and we can start getting striping done. Out on the pipes on Stratford, that is all completed now as far as guardrail is up, pavement's down. The only thing we had left we were going to do, and hopefully we'll still get to do, is put a seal coat over it with, once we did the prime shot of Stratford reconstruction, we were gonna just cover that as well. But of course, now that just depends on whether that project gets done or not. But, and we're not opening it. That just invites more people to try to get through the other part of it. So we're just gonna leave it like it is for now. And hopefully that, once that gets done, we can just open it all at one time. So, any questions?
The roads are looking good.
Yeah.
The trash cleanup.
It has helped. Yeah. They've done a good job. Well, that's all we had.
Well, thank you. Okay, so because we received an email last week about setting up a meeting. I don't know how to go about doing that.
I don't either. I have a note here. How do we set it up and where? So I know Dave's done a couple. We can ask him on, I think he's in on Thursday.
I think last time they did them at Pillar Rock, if I remember right.
Well, Todd, I think Todd and Jay attended those, so they would
Well,
know.
that's right. Okay. We'll figure something out, how to do it,
Let
and
us know.
what the
Or
process
let me
is.
know. That's all.
Okay.
Not the first time we've been out there.
See, we didn't attend any of the,
Yeah, I think it was Fairway Drive. Is that when Fairway Drive? Years ago, 10 years ago? And one side of the street has sidewalks. Grant County side did not. It was just a
yes.
dip. Derek was
Off
here.
of North Frontage.
They were very popular.
Yes.
Yeah, Carol Ann was, yeah, the commissioner then.
very,
But we all got through it.
okay, well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right, we'll take a quick recess until 9:30.
Ben? Oh,
Good morning,
You're
it's
going first.
9:31 a.m. and we are here for facilities maintenance and TS update.
Good morning, Commissioners. So Joe's going to start us off today as soon as he gets plugged in. He's going to, I know I'm making, you took up all, you took all the air out of the room last week.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let Joe go first today and talk about the cameras we're working on, the cameras we're changing, and the technology that we're using. All things camera. Well, while he's getting that set up, do you want to talk about tickets?
Sure, just really brief.
I don't know how this works, I've never done it.
Oh,
There should be a thing that Rob has.
Not ready yet, thank you though.
okay.
Everybody always rushes me to share content, but it literally pops up on the screen, share. I'm like, okay, everyone.
I'm unaware, so.
I know the button. It's not ready yet.
All right. So in the last 14 days, we've had 141 tickets created, 105 closed, 36 tickets are remaining open. Our top 5 ticket creators, James Davis, I'm unfamiliar with that user. I'm not sure.
Public Works.
Public Works, okay. Larissa Perez, Sarah Nelson, Cheryl Hill Robinson, and Rachel Rice. Pretty much our usuals. And then our top 5, Evan Little, he closed 49 of those tickets, nearly 50% of them. Seth Sampson came in second, Jeremy Hall, Alex, and then I actually made the list, which is surprising.
Nice work.
Yeah, so, because I don't focus on tickets too terribly much anymore, so.
Also today at 1 o'clock, we have a Zoom meeting with a company called Polymorphic. They're a company that we met at NACO. They do AI services for government, but one of the services they do is the phone interchange.
Nice.
It'd be great to get my voice out there.
I thought we had something that we did for that.
This is, yeah, we're just gonna listen to their spiel, so. And there's others that might want to join too, so. Man, I don't know.
I don't know how this works.
Has it popped up over there by chance, Rob? It has not.
Maybe we need to create a ticket.
I'm in display settings, it only shows the one.
Take it like a work order.
There it is. So,
If you have this Zoom client on your laptop.
Nope.
You'll be able to.
oh, you don't?
you'll
Not
be
on
able
this
to
one.
Punch in that.
We can download it.
Well, while he's doing that, Kevin, why don't you talk some maintenance stuff?
Alrighty. As always, we're having loads of fun, so
Well, good. Well,
never a dull moment.
make sure it's legal, whatever you're doing.
Well, it should be. That's part of one of the things that we kind of ran into last week was that the Department of Ecology sent out some updates on what's going to happen with refrigeration management programs for HVAC units. They're putting in some policies that track, depending on the amount of refrigerant you have in your HVAC system, what you have to report and how often you have to report that. So we don't have any at the highest level of reporting, but we do have 2 systems that will be in the middle part of that, and then the rest is kind of in the lower tier, which is minimal reporting. So basically, they're looking for leaks and then trying to prevent burning more holes in the ozone.
Well, what they're gonna do is try and manage the refrigerant use and how we track it
Actually,
in all of our
try just that
cooling units. So
sharing key.
we've never had to do that before. We're not sure. I haven't actually read the policy yet. I think this is piggybacked onto the energy or the Clean Buildings Act. That's kind of the model. And we're gonna have to see how extensive it's gonna be. More work.
More work, more than anything, the way it looks. So the majority of ours, it looks like we'll just have to report when we have a leak and make sure we have that available. So if they ask for it, you have it. So we're working with the city engineer and on Wheeler Road yet. Great West is doing the surveying and everything on the parking lot for the drainage swale. Once we get that, we can get that to the city and then we should be able to move forward and get that finished up hopefully. So Great West should, by the end of this week or mid next week, have those submittals to us that we can get with the city and then start making plans to get asphalt back in that half of the parking lot. So working with Kaufman Engineering, getting down here to evaluate the Wheeler Road facility for windows. Again, that should happen here in the next week. And they should be able to come down and visit the site and seeing as we don't have as-builts for that building, evaluate the structure and make sure where we want windows will not have negative impacts. You'll see us working around the grounds today, working on several issues that are kind of safety related and landscaping related. So we got a box over here for an irrigation valves that was sunk into the concrete. We're getting that raised back up and leveled off. Also got put cold patch on the where we had the water leak about a month ago. There hasn't been any further leaks on that, and since it's just going down to the old well system and then out teeing off and going out to the irrigation system, he had closed off, plugged off the end that went down to the old well, and we're just using the pipe that goes out to the irrigation system off of city water. So looks like that repair is successful, and we're just going to finish patching it up and moving forward with that. And then in parking lot B, we got another hole back there that we had a cone over that it's kind of a sinkhole that we're chasing. We're going to fill that up and patch it over as well, but at some point we'll probably have to cut that open and see what's going on down there. Everybody's working on Lexipol training. Tried your trick, Cindy. It works on some of the trainings, but not all of them. So
Oh, to speed it up.
yes.
Yes.
So it didn't work on the harassment one, so it won't let you drag it forward. Yeah. So
Forced narration.
I should talk to
Okay,
Katie.
so on that, I think that one you could speed it up. You can't move the line, but you can go open the screen and then go like 1.5, 2 times faster.
Okay.
2 times faster is a little
I'll have to
fast.
look for that because I couldn't find that myself. I was looking.
If he can't find it, it can't be
The
there.
We could
force,
just speed up, because that one was, that may have been one you could have sped up a little bit. But some were just painfully slow, you just had to endure it.
Yeah, the forced narration is something to endure, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I got through it, so it's, but yeah, it's, the crew is working on it, the staff is working on it, so we'll try and get completed before September 8th, I believe is the due date. The ADA path at the museum, we'll work on that next week. We had hoped to do it this week, but with everything going on, we backed it off to next week. So again, what we'll do there is that we'll dig it down from the boardwalk over to the sidewalk by the gazebo and put a 4-foot wide concrete sidewalk in there so that they should have a solid ADA access over between those two sidewalks. I saw Marshall Sign is putting up the reader board, so that should be completed fairly soon. The courthouse staff was also down at the museum. They found a lot of the screws that were backing out of the metal roof, got them put back in, went and bought new screws, got that sealed up so there shouldn't be any more water infiltration on the dentist and doctor's offices. And took a look at several other of the office or buildings down there to make sure that there wasn't the same thing going on. We're working on the items found during the fire alarm inspections as well. So we had to replace batteries at work release and up at YS. And then there's some sensors that we still have to work on and get replaced as well. A couple RFPs that should go out this week. Wheeler Road, the rooftop unit up there, we got one that's scheduled for replacement this year. And then a fan coil unit up at White Youth Services here in Ephrata. So we'll get those RFPs out. They should be out by end of day today, and then we'll have them finished up before end of year. Renew did repost the RFP for sealing the parking lot at the Grand Coulee Park, sealing the parking lot up at Grand Coulee. He's got interest this time around, so we should get some bids on it and be able to get that job as well. Get that completed before November. The tree out front, so they know who the person is that did it. We have sourced a tree. They're $405 for a replacement tree on that. And we'll get all that information over to Ephrata PD. We'll pick up that tree tomorrow, and then we'll get that probably installed next week, get that dug out and put in place. So anyway, it looks like the person that did it will have charges against them. I don't know what that is yet.
Must have missed that one.
No,
At
it
least
happened.
$405 worth of charges.
Somebody walked out and just decided to snap one of our trees.
If you want to see the video, it's pretty interesting.
I have a camera of them walking all around the campus and he just decides to walk up to a tree.
Right in front of two cars is. We do have one maintenance fork candidate that we will be interviewing this Thursday, so hopefully we can get that position filled. The person that was in that position, his last day was on Thursday, so it looks like we'll have fairly quick turnaround getting that position filled. The remodel of the prosecuting attorney's office is in progress, so we got things we're working on there, taking shelves out, patching walls, things of that nature. And yeah, then we're just working on limbo for the new jail, getting information, getting all that compiled so we can get it in there and get it ready for when the new jail opens. Any questions or things I need to?
How are things going with the city of Moses Lake on Wheeler?
On Wheeler? Well, so that goes back to working with Great West, getting the survey done on that parking lot so we can put the drainage swale in the front end. They backed off on a lot of the things that they had asked for, so the gutters, the sidewalks, the curb, the landscaping seems like they backed off on quite a bit of that as well. So once we get this survey in for the swale, then we'll see what they have to say. But they have not issued a order to stop, so
Sounds good.
we'll get her done. Might be at midnight. No.
Yeah.
No, but keep working it. Well, I think Joe's ready to talk cameras.
Apologies for being completely useless this morning. So this is the new interface for the camera system that we're going to be rolling out. It's a Ubiquity product called Protect. This is what the dashboard looks like, and it just didn't, at the moment I have all cameras turned on. So you guys can see the lab up here, and then the server room, and then the DMARC room where we have all of our network connections. You can click on an image and then zooms in. Then you can take and zoom in. You can kind of take and move the image around the room. These are pretty decent images. These are 4K cameras. So you can see on that whiteboard in there, the flutter from the lights. So I got to play with the hertz on that a little bit, but yeah, it picks up that.
And that is the lab, so it's always got things coming and going, so it's not,
Yeah.
it's,
Pretty good.
And so one of the cool things that this does is it finds things. So all on its own, it captures things like faces. And then it tells you how many times it's seen that face,
great pictures, Joe.
right? So,
These cameras AI then?
yes,
Okay.
they have facial, full body, vehicle, and like pets, animals.
Which one is it?
Huh?
Which camera is it?
This is this one's a combination of the dome and the turret camera, because I had
Cameras by Ubiquity though.
the
Yeah,
Ubiquity cameras.
Yeah,
but
I would order the
we
turrets.
ordered, most of them are going to be domes, but we've got a couple turrets. Those are the ones in the server room. Go back. So this camera right here and this camera right here are the turrets, and then these two cameras here are they're playing with it. There it goes.
So, well, while he's doing it, I just want to go back and talk about that for a second and what that does for us. So let's use the guy with the tree as an example.
Yes.
We would spend hours searching through cameras and scrubbing through time, and now we can just tell this, find this guy's face, and it'll go out and it'll find all the cameras for us, and it saves dozens of hours.
And that's the cool part about it, because we can target an individual, like you see him in one frame, like that's the dude, and then you click it, and then it shows all the places where that person has shown up for the amount of video that we have in the 2-week period.
I can think of times when I've spent 6 or 7 hours
Yeah.
over like a 2-day period looking for, somebody who, like the person who busted the windows a couple of years ago, finding her and figuring out where she came from and what that path was.
Right.
It was 2 days of scrubbing,
Right.
so that's sweet.
But yeah, and then I'm gonna try and find this one here. There's like a really good picture that I have. This one right here. So you see Ricky right there, right? This is actually from a video that was in my office. It picked him up off of my screen on my computer. That's how good these cameras are. So it was able to do facial rec I was in a Teams call with Rick, and I was showing him some stuff with this. I'm like, I wanted to show him a motion event. And so it pulled his face off my monitor, and that's cool stuff, kids. So totally looking forward to using this on the regular. It got Vanessa a whole bunch. She's like, make those go
Well,
away.
it'll be really helpful at the fairgrounds too, as we track people through the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
this isn't implemented there. This
Not
will
yet.
be at the courthouse complex. These are the cameras that we're replacing right now. In time, this will be something that we have at all of our locations. We bought a whole bunch of cameras for the fairgrounds that aren't this system, so we gotta wait for them to age out a little bit. But we'll get there. And so yeah, you can see us doing work stuff, because we're proof that we work. So that's tongue in cheek joke. So but yeah, and then it'll even save cases, so you can create a case and follow a person and create video evidence, so that we can have it for law enforcement for the purposes that we need, and do the exports and all that. Here's your list of your cameras. Up in the top part, we have cameras, and then these are IoT devices. These are sensors that we have in the server cabinets. And here is the data on the sensors. It shows temperature, humidity, and light events, and so and motion. So if you open the door and it senses motion or light inside there, it'll like pop up a deal. But you can tell when it rained the other day, right there. That's the humidity where it popped up. It caught that in the airstream. I thought that was pretty cool. So,
Well, it is useful to track that because they do have design specs for those server racks that we try and maintain. So
right.
it's nice to have that.
And so this is the base sensor that does a multi-sensor thing. They're coming out with a vast array of sensors. And these sensors even do contact alert. So they come with a magnet. So if you put the sensor in one spot and like on a door or window, and then when you open it, it would monitor those events as well. We don't have that set up in this because it's just a server room. But this might be totally supplemental for maintenance in a lot of places around here. So I just think that that's a cool technology. They're wireless, so the receiver is in the demarc room and all these are in the cabinets of the server room. They're inside a steel box and they're still getting that kind of signal. So that's pretty cool.
Good.
They're supposed to be a 2-kilometer range. So yeah, we're looking forward to what those other sensors are going to be able to do. They're supposed to have like wet moisture ones. So like if you have like a water break or something, so we can put some in the geo unit. So like if something failed in there and water got on the floor, we'd get an alarm. So stuff like that. And just kind of supplement the existing HVAC system that they've got. It was a neat bonus to be able to have this. So
Yeah.
we want to leverage it when we can. So, we're going to be getting people set up. There's a unit, let me go back to the list here. A viewport. So this little guy right here, it's a little stick, about yay big. I should have brought it with me. You plug a network on one end and it's got an HDMI cable out the other end and it plugs into the TV. You can program that unit to receive a certain predetermined view of cameras, and then that's just what it shows on the TV. So all the computers on all of the monitors that we have in the different departments where they can view stuff right now, those computers are coming out and that stick is going to go in its place. That stick's like $200, and we'll be saving tons of money for the future because we won't have to replace computers. We won't have to maintain computers. We can push firmware updates. We can change what they see on the fly. So it's just like, oh, that's the wrong view, and then give them the proper view or add more cameras to it or however we want to do it. So,
Yeah, how my little idea from a couple of years ago has morphed.
Yeah. So we're getting into some really cool stuff here, and I wanted to show you guys this because I'm really excited about it. And you can see we've already got a handful of cameras done. We'll finish getting the third floor as more cameras show up, and we'll start working our way through the courthouse. I walked around yesterday getting a count on all of the monitors that we needed to update and kind of let people know that we'd be coming through, doing some changes and stuff. Luke has been working with our 3D printer to come up with some adapter plates to quickly swap out the cameras. He wants to get the installation time down to 5 minutes. That's his goal. I said, well, you guys get like 20 minutes to a half an hour per camera. He's like, no, we're going to scrunch that. So that's hugely motivating to see people in my department being that obsessed about doing cool stuff. So, so him and Ricky are making plans to get ready to move forward with this. And, yeah, so I wanted to show you guys some cool stuff. I do have some other things here real quick I want to get through. Not last week, but the week prior, we had a brute force attack on the network. We've been experiencing higher than normal instances of login attempts, which are failing. Unfortunately, this tends to lock the user account. It has been inconvenient for many users. I believe all of you at one point in that time period were locked out. So we were trying to stay on top of it to keep everything turned back on. The attack vector was through our VPN login. John Martin worked with Adnetics to actively review the service and ended up making some login security changes. They created a Radius server. This is a service packaged within the Windows server, no cost, which is an authentication method that works well with our existing firewall. They also verified logins were only available to those people who require VPN access. So we don't just give it to everyone. We wanted to make sure that surface attack area was as small as possible. Tyler also worked with us, and they gave us lists of incoming IPs that were attacking the network. So John and Ednetics added that list of IPs to the firewall to just drop those connections as soon as they hit. So that was a real good way of just defeating that as best as we could. So it's been lingering. It's not been as bad, but we're government. They're gonna tune us up every chance they get. So fair. So due to the theft on Friday of the night before fair, we ended up installing 3 additional cameras. We put one directly above the fuel tanks. We put one on the west end of the shop that catches where people come in and out of the campground right there. That foot traffic, it's a lot closer view now. And then we put one on the west end of the fair office that looks out towards that bathroom so that we can get foot traffic through there. I noticed on the GC guest Wi-Fi that we were getting hammered. It depleted the pool of addresses multiple times throughout the week. Device pool size is about 250 addresses per site, and there's 7 sites, so that was 1,700 addresses that it was just churning through like that. I ran the least time on those addresses down to 2 hours to try and get them to free themselves up so that they could be reacquired. Because as people would walk through the fairgrounds, you get an address and then it's tied up, and then they go to the next one, and then they get an address and it's tied up, and then they go to the next one and it's tied up. So it's kind of a compounding problem. I was making changes daily to try and stay ahead of that. I even changed the back end subnet so it would forget all of the addresses and hand them out for a whole nother network. And then when those got filled up, I'd switch it back to another network so they'd have to reconnect again. It was a pain in the butt. I think that the fairgrounds Wi-Fi password has been overly extended to too many people. We're going to have to change that schema that we've been running for a while. We can't do public Wi-Fi at the fairgrounds anymore and haven't for years because the infrastructure is not there. And with all the additional cameras, we're over 70 cameras out there now. And some of those are using wireless connectivity to get back to places where they can record. It's hard to keep up with just Wi-Fi. So the Wi-Fi is intended for staff, for the fair, or the higher end patrons that require it for their events.
Did you say that you saw it on a sign somewhere? Somebody had posted the password?
When I was at the fair, I was visiting with the sheriffs at the booth, and they were talking to me because that was the first time I'd gotten to see the cameras and all that was installed out there. And they were saying everything was working fine until they shared the Wi-Fi password. And then all of a sudden the camera quality degraded, and as a lot of people are getting on there. And I was told by one of the sheriff's sergeants out there that they had put signs with the Wi-Fi password out for people to be able to join.
Oh my
Who
God.
put the signs out?
I'm unsure.
This is the GCWA, right? This is the internal. And I went back, after I heard that, I went to the sheriff's office and I asked 2 different people in leadership there, did you guys post this? And they said no.
Right.
We don't know how anybody got that.
Yeah, that was from Sergeant McClanahan.
So
He told me.
we're going to be kind of all over that because we need the quality of network for us, you know, for county staff. And if there's going to be vendors there that need it, that's understandable, but it doesn't even get to all the areas where the vendors exist. So it's a best effort.
That's a question I have as a vendor.
Okay.
That's required to run a POS at that fair. If you require a POS system and to take credit cards, then you have to supply the internet.
Yeah.
Now we run Starlink and hotspots and Wi-Fi, but we did have an issue at one of the booths where the hotspot went down, and I couldn't keep a good signal with the Wi-Fi.
Can we create a channel that's just vendor only and create a vendor specific?
It's the backhaul. Getting into those areas is the hard spot.
Yeah.
So center field, that's just a big open area.
Yeah.
The closest Wi-Fi to that would be the commercial building or the sheriff's booth.
Yeah.
There's nothing in that entire
What
area.
about can we I know I'm just gonna talk out loud,
Yeah.
put some kind of a puck on the edge of the Carolyn Fisher pointing at it, or at the beer garden roof, or
We're gonna have to add a bunch of commercial infrastructure to be able to add that. Because general Wi-Fi doesn't have super long ranges.
Right.
So we use point radios that can go kilometers to get just a backhaul in, and then you have like a Wi-Fi hotspot that blooms out a few hundred feet.
Yeah.
So, and then when you get a mass of people on them, it just decimates that connection, so.
yeah. I'm just thinking out
We
loud.
can talk with the, their staff about where entities need to have access to that and how that's gonna be accomplished. Expect that there's going to be an influx of network infrastructure that has to occur to accommodate that.
It might be something as simple as we start using the Wi-Fi management in Ubiquity to issue a token. And if they've got 2 terminals, then it's good for 2 terminals.
Right.
And then we limit the amount of people that can get on. So without that token, then.
But it's a twofold problem. So it's about getting the units close enough to those individuals that they can actually utilize it. But the flip side of that is limiting who's on there so that it's available to them.
Yeah.
Because if it's overwhelmed, it's overwhelmed.
Yeah.
So.
And when they opened up the floodgates by putting out a sign and letting the general public get on the Wi-Fi,
Nice of them.
it was very generous, but.
I was grumpy.
It was detrimental to the services.
So was I,
Yeah, I
though.
don't
I
think
mean,
they
it's just,
realize
it's
that.
just a, it's
Just
a
real quick,
network.
I didn't know we had a theft. What was the theft on Friday night?
Apparently an individual, or a couple, a very,
When installed gas.
yeah, they stole some other things, I think, as well. I think they took a
For
trip
the
to the
fair
campground. And so Jim
Or
had
the
found
shop.
some footage, and then I went back and I looked and saw some stuff, and I saw that guy walked exactly where he knew everything was at. That dude knew what was going on out there. He had information and knowledge of the fair, the facility and where cameras were at. He avoided stuff very, very well. And he had his face covered and he had a hat on. And so anytime he knew he was near a camera, you couldn't, I did get one image from one camera that was too far away where he had his mask down. He kind of had a profile shot, and the ones that we installed 2 days later would have gotten a much better picture of him.
Yeah.
So they're there now. So trying to plug holes as best as we can out there. It's a lot of surface area to cover with cameras.
Yeah,
So
moving target.
yeah.
Any questions at all?
No, and
Okay.
Thank you.
And that is my big spiel
Yeah.
for today. And apologies for the technical difficulties.
Okay, well, thank you. It is 10:01 since Commissioner Jones walked out the door. We are rolling into our.
Do you think it's too close to the door? What's the concern?
Any
Is the
questions?
door-
Until 11 o'clock.
No,
No, we have 10 o'clock. Sorry, we have our HR.
Look at it, let me know.
I
I would like to get that set up, actually. I mean, I've got things I'd like to get recorded. That you say, then you can use them for legal action and stuff. But,
The door pulls out, right?
does, it goes out.
were you the one people that?
I'm good with putting it if you're comfortable.
Yeah, as long
We
as the
don't
door
want
goes out.
to,
I
we don't want to
don't
drill holes and you go back and drill more holes and patch wall right away.
I get confused.
Yeah, they're the ones
Yeah.
that surplus the vehicles for us.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
We'll talk about it. We'll get
It'd be
back
nice if the door was there, then you can see, right?
Yeah, to make sure that we're not. Yeah. Thank you.
We'll see you all then.
Take care.
Hey, Tom.
See ya.
Well, I've already introduced you, so we will start with, is there public comment? We have 5 minutes set aside for public comment. If there's any public comment relating to HR, now would be your time. We have 8 callers.
8. We have 5 call-in users.
Correct. Popular morning.
Okay. Call-in users, I'm gonna allow you to unmute. So we'll start with Anthony. Do you have anything for today? Next, we have Adelie Gregg. Do you have any comment today? We have an iPhone guest. Cami. And last, Kay Stockton. Do you have any comment for HR, Mr. Hinkie?
I do not.
Today?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hearing no public comment, let's move on with your agenda.
Okay. Item number 2, labor relations. Do we need to go into exec? Yes, okay. Ask for a 5-minute exec
Okay.
session.
We will go into executive session for labor relations, RCW 4230-144A, for 5 minutes. We will go 10:03 to 10:08.
Kevin, if you want to mute and unmute since you don't have anyone on there. Mr. Henke, we have to leave, sir.
I should let everybody know we're out of.
Oh,
No,
yep.
we are out of executive decision, or we are out of executive session. No decision will be made coming out. And no decision was made while in executive session.
Correct. You got all the bases covered there. Item number 3, I am going to hold on that until all 3 commissioners are present. So I will bring them back next week. Item number 4, personnel disciplinary matters, a 5-minute executive session, please.
Oh, thank you. You know, we will go into executive session for personnel disciplinary matters, RCW 4231.10.1F. We will go in, make sure I circled that one, yeah. 10:09 to 10:15. Okay, it is 10:15. We are out of executive session and no decision was made in session or outside of session, which I will note that we cannot make a decision inside of executive session.
Okay.
But just to clarify.
Item number 5, position management. I do have a PAR for you to sign. Payroll has asked that the board sign this. It is kind of a unique situation. We have somebody who is working out of class and they received their annual step, and that annual step is greater than the step that they were receiving for out of class. So the request is to pay them that out of class at the next step, to move them up 1 step in that out of class step in that band. So you'll see there what they're doing, and then if you have any questions on that, help answer it.
Cannot believe it's almost the 20th of this month. We just started this month.
Going by so fast. Next item in number 5, position management, is the development services came yesterday with their proposal for a candidate they would like to hire. As the board, did the board get enough information to make a decision?
Yes, on that one.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
For all aspects of the request?
Yes.
Public Works, they also came and asked for an increased step for their candidate at a step 5. Is there enough information provided for you to make a decision today?
I am a yes on that one.
That was the one we talked about yesterday, correct?
Yes, the development review engineer.
I'm okay with that one.
The very last one though, the director's salary, I feel like that should be saved for the salary review.
Salary.
Okay, just needed to come back with, I got that yesterday, that impression, but I needed to bring it back officially. So
We're gonna hold that
we
one.
will hold for comp study. And item 6 on the agenda, just wanted to chat about budget. And just an FYI that this year, hopefully with things will go smoother than past years. That topic is not discussed in open public meetings at any time. The COLA amount.
Like if we do a 1% or 2%?
Yes, we don't talk
Okay.
about percents in open public meetings. And that is per the recommendation of our labor attorney.
And I would recommend that our accounting department not be swayed by elected officials that go and
Yes.
hardcore pressure them into putting an increase in their budget when nobody else.
Yes. And I think that would be wise to the board to put that in writing to her, that
If it's okay, I will send an email right now, letting her know that we will not, as budget calls go out, we will not be adding a COLA or putting it in the budget.
or approve positions. The positions will be requested, but they will not go into the budget. The COLAs will not go into their budget.
Right now.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just temporarily locked out of my computer, so we'll see.
How does that happen to you?
I don't know.
I think HR just messes with her.
Probably, yeah. We're out
It
there
doesn't
pushing,
happen at least once a day.
we're out there pushing buttons
So
somewhere.
it looks like I'm really doing a lot of work, but no, I'm just like banging on here, just trying to get on my system.
We
So
shared the Wi-Fi.
I can look at that email
That's
that you
right, that's
sent or the email that, was previous, like just refresh my memory.
Yeah.
The reference is currently locked out, so
Yes, again, I'm telling you.
I just
Okay.
waited out.
Are you on Teams? I wonder if that has,
I'll get it.
okay.
I just,
Next item.
it's the only thing that happens in my life that's just not 100%. I'll roll with it.
No. We all have stuff.
Yeah.
Some days my computer hates me. Annual leave. A few months ago, I had brought in the request for annual leave for employees at 20 years to have that extra 2 days put on. We chatted about it. I want to bring it back to you to get, I guess, your clear guidance on that one way or the other. It is within all the bargaining contracts. We've done that, so they would
So everybody
receive.
else has it except for those that are not in a union?
Correct.
Okay.
And so the cost for this, you can see the first page is
17,000.
Current expense is the first page, non-current expense employees, and this would be as of January 1, 2026, which is when I propose that it come into effect. So hourly wage multiplied by 2 days is that figure. Without our third commissioner, would you like me to hold that for?
Yeah, let's hold that one.
for him?
Sorry
Okay.
about that.
We'll hold it, not a problem. Nothing on item 7, recruiting today. Item 8, benefits, AccuSure. They had come in last year wanting to do a proposal for medical insurance. Board had met with them. Larissa, Kirk, myself and Larissa met with them. Larissa and I just recently met with them, but then Hub also came in. And is the board still interested? Or?
Yeah, it's a local company. I'm not saying I would go that direction, but they did present. Kirk said that, but we would need to open it up. We can't just listen to one that approaches us. We would have to open it up.
We need to open it up. So
So-
that would be first first of the year. So we would again get through open enrollment, and then we could open it up. Where we're at now is that they can, both parties, because we have our current, and then also to AccuSure to do a presentation to HWC. And we can hold that off until the first of the year.
Well, it seems like it's going pretty well.
It is going very well, and
So I do hate to rock the boat if we're not having issues.
yeah, and I love the fact that it's a local company and supporting local. I mean, Yakima's a little bit further away, but they're still somewhat local and we have good access to them. But what I look at is our reserved amount, and it is because of Hub where we are. Our plan is very stable. And like you said, I don't want to rock the boat. But I also understand the importance of going out, making sure that, excuse me, that we're
for 4 or 5 years.
continuing to, yeah, we've been with them, I think it's be 5. That we're continuing to get the best deal for county savings and for our employees.
We did not get medical. We get a lot of money from, not medical, prescriptions that we had no idea we should be getting prescription rebates.
Rebates for.
Huge.
It has been huge.
And
our staff loss has been great.
Rob, but I'm okay staying with how we're staying. I do feel that we need to do increase on health insurance, just because when we don't, sometimes we get behind.
Oh, yeah, the percentage, and we will have, Hub will present us with.
Because sometimes they said, oh, we're healthy, let's not do
Their
anything. And then
their estimates.
it's not.
And I think even when they say they're healthy, there doesn't need to be
I don't think there needs to be
an
a severe
increase. When they
increase,
say
but-
that, they're already applying a 5%. So that way we're ahead of ourselves, so we don't end up like the one year where we had 21% hanging over our heads
And
that
I
we had to
think
catch up on.
put, 3 million in from current expense.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
We never did pay that. I don't think we need to, but we never did pay that back
Yes.
to current expense, so I think it would just be safe to.
Well, and I think that 1.8 million was misappropriated into another account. It was there. It was just Madeline had to find it. Madeline or Katie, I can't remember, but they had to find it where it got moved to, and I think it was in the left account and it shouldn't have been. So that came back, but then the board did do the other.
Well, in the left account that actually went into the sheriff's account, the sheriff's budget that was spent by the sheriff's office.
Right. So, yeah. Okay, so we will, what I heard you say, Sandy, is that don't rock the boat. Kevin, do you have to wait after the first of the year?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think it'd be best if we had all 3 of us here to
Okay,
talk
yeah.
about it.
We'll bring that back next week as well. I hope nothing happens between now and next week because my agenda will be really long.
I'm sorry about this. This is going on 3 weeks, but I
It's
didn't
okay.
realize Rob had a meeting on.
I will. Sure, it was a
We'll make you kids make
priority.
these decisions one way or another.
Yes, we will. And then my last item was policy series 300. I sent it to the board
I have
for
barely
review,
went
just
through
a
it, so-
reminder that it's out there for you.
It's a
And
big one.
I think it looks good.
were you
I
able
have
to?
barely perused through it.
Okay.
So I can't say that it looks perfect. Isn't that the one that was really?
That one was pretty short,
One of my
I think. Was that one long?
It wasn't too bad, I think. It was-
Yeah. Oh, yeah, building facilities policies. But we'll come back we'll bring it back next week. That's fine. I'll have it
I'm
on
still
the
locked
agenda
out,
to
so I
remind you,
will,
and if you
I'll-
haven't got to it next week, that's okay. I'll follow back up the next week.
There's just like 8 PDFs of it.
Yeah.
What were some of the titles?
Keys and electronics, public safety video, use of public facilities.
Yeah.
Oh,
display
okay.
displays, memorials on public property, flags.
Yeah, so those are all fairly short
I'm
policies
still
to
locked
review.
out. Okay. I think I'm fine with that because I do recall looking through that, but
Most of them
I'm-
2 to 3 pages.
Okay, I will bring that back next week and see if you're ready
I'm
to
still locked out.
approve the drafts.
Or I just got a message that Rob will be down shortly, so
Oh.
his meeting up if you wanted to.
Oh,
stay,
okay.
since you have half an hour.
Yeah, we can do that if he gets here, that would be fine. Happy with that. Does the board have anything for us while we're waiting? Anything exciting happening?
There's lots of things that are exciting that, so if Rob's gonna be here, what time are we?
We got till 11.
Okay, well, same time, then maybe we can address some of these other questions.
Okay,
Might as well. Then you won't have to bring them back next week.
that's right. Thank you.
It sounds like Lexipol, people are doing their training,
Yes.
and they've been able to, I know this is terrible, you can read faster than the video, so I'm like, get the little line, and when it's there, you have to read it though, but you can slide it over when you're done, almost to the end, and then listen to the last 3 to 5 seconds.
Oh, so you figured out a way to
And they have said
manipulate
they
the
have been
system.
doing that.
I'm gonna
yes.
make sure that that can't happen,
Kevin
Cindy.
has been, but you can read it so much faster than you
No, I
can
know.
listen to the video, and it's just like, okay, it's good, it's good.
Yeah, I wish there was like a speed up button.
And then they said
to-
one, you could not do that on one of the trainings, so.
It wouldn't let you?
No.
Yeah, there's been,
Kevin was sharing that today, and like, one of them, but some of them you could speed up
Speed
the
up.
video. Oh, thank you, Barb. Hopefully I have the right date and the correct people in attendance. It's hard to listen and write, because I don't always, I'm usually more interested in listening to what you're saying than.
yeah.
So on the boards, what did you decide to do on the boards of Lexipol? Have some of the board members take?
The Board of Equalization is,
Okay.
I assigned 2, and that is the sexual harassment course
Okay.
and bullying in the work, I think it was bullying in the workplace.
Cyber.
Oh, cyber, thank you, yes, cyber, because those are the 2 that are required by law to be
Okay.
done. So have
And
that,
how is it working with district court? Because I know they have to do training, but we have mandatory training. They should have mandatory training. We just need Desiree to let us know that they have fulfilled those.
well, we haven't talked with them about it. I have removed the employees from the system, from the Lexipol system, because we pay per head. So I made the executive decision to not pay for them if they're not going to use the system. And then we have our meeting with them. They're going to do a GR29 training again with the board and with us present, so we all hear the same thing. I have invited our legal counsel, labor attorney, to join us in that meeting, because he also provides HR insight into GR29, and so we're all just hearing the same thing and have the same
And then
education.
I would like to see the trainings that are mandatory that we have to take. Because I'm sure, I mean, countywide, they would also be responsible for taking those trainings.
I would think so, and I don't know what their training program is. I don't know what
So we can at least make sure,
They're-
give it to
what-
Desiree and she can monitor that.
they've ever done. We don't have their personnel files, so I can't tell you even what they do.
But I think it would be safe to give to the supervisor to let them know what's expected.
Yeah.
And I think there's a difference between mandatory trainings by law, what you're required to do, and what's a best practice, and what our risk pool would recommend that we do. I think Decor chose the ones that she did after reviewing them all and seeing a need for all of them.
Yeah.
So, people want to get hung up on the fact that, well, I'm not required to. You're right, you're not required to, but don't you want to learn more about how to get out of the building if there's a fire? I mean, why wouldn't you?
Well,
Yeah.
that's what her safe through. And I
Yeah.
think the IT training,
Yes.
TS training, yes, that's probably not mandatory, but I think we can make it mandatory if you want to gain access to our system because it's.
Yeah,
Right.
you're not required by law to give
No,
that,
but we-
but it's a best practice.
It's
You
best-
might
We've
yeah.
had some
wanna know.
issues
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
there have been issues
And TS has been very firm that
in
if
other counties.
people don't do that training,
We
they
are one of the lucky ones that have
won't.
not been hit really hard
yeah,
with some breaches of,
yeah. And TS has been very firm when I've talked to them about the policy and the changes to the policy that, and I think they even have been working on policy that will integrate into it, into what we currently have in Lexipol. And I believe their language will be along the lines of, is if you don't, if you don't do the trainings, the cybersecurity trainings, you won't have access to the county system. And they will monitor whether you've done them or not.
Mhm.
So,
It's kind of like when you're building something, you should read the instructions first, but a lot of people don't, and they try to put it together, and then it doesn't work. You have to take it apart, put it back.
you put
because
it together and you're wondering, why are all these extra pieces here?
working.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not
Find out.
required to follow the manual, but you probably should if you want it done
Well,
well and in a timely
and
fashion.
sturdy.
Mhm.
Yes.
Rob is online now.
Oh.
He's not showing up here. He's not from being promoted to a panelist. It won't work. So
Oh, is he here?
he's upstairs. His back is really bothering him. He is on. Oh, now he's rejoining as a panelist. Okay.
I'm on now.
Okay, we are here.
Okay, so do we want to go back to item 3 and?
So
go
Rob, we have,
into
for
executive
the
session?
Commissioner's Office, we have 3 positions we need to talk to. It's been on hold for 2 weeks. And then a citizen's complaint that was voiced. So
That
we
we
have
should talk through.
2 executive session, if you're up for it.
Yeah, I'm good.
So we'll go into job application evaluation executive session. Let's do 10 minutes on that one. So it'll be 10:36 to 10:46.
I'll have to do stage because I'll have to do it from this end. You won't be able to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how to do backstage from this?
Sorry, go ahead.
Cindy, I'm sorry, what time was that again?
10:36 to 10:46.
10:46.
I'm not as.
Do you need to extend since you took us in, or does that even matter? I don't know the rules of that one.
We just need to extend for another 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll extend until 10:56 a.m.
Oh, were you talking about me extending?
Yeah, I don't know the rules are.
Okay. I thought you were talking to the floor. I'm like, no. Yeah, probably for another 5 minutes. Sorry, Barb.
It's 11 WCRG. All right, we will extend executive session past our end time to, 11:01. It is 11:01 a.m. We're out of executive session. Direction was given for reclassifications.
Mr. Chair, I move that we reclassify the Veteran Service Manager and move the Deputy Clerk 1 to the Deputy Clerk 2 position.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes as stated by Commissioner Carter. Do you have any other items for your meeting?
I don't. I will bring the PARs back for those decisions next week.
Great, thank you. And we'll take a quick recess and be back at 11:03 a.m.
Hi.
We're going to extend our break until 11:05 a.m. and we will be back with WCRG insurance update. Good morning, it's 11:05 a.m. and we are here for Washington County's Risk Group WCRG insurance update with Blair Koch and Shane Heston.
Well, good morning. I'll get started. We'll go through the claims kind of review, the 3 reports we review, and then I'm going to present to you the excess policy that I've been working on for the last couple of months. We've got a quote for you guys to consider today on that as well.
Thank you.
So you're looking at current policy year claims report data, 20 reported claims to date. Policy is approximately 60-70% through the policy year. We renew. In fact, we're doing the renewal as we speak here. Blair and I are going through the schedules in that, so we'll renew that coming up in December. But we're trending pretty good. There's really no changes to this one. We did report one new claim since our last meeting on that, and that was the
Fairgrounds.
the fairgrounds, yeah. The other vehicle, and then we've got a vehicle, this month we reported the little golf cart damage there at the fairgrounds, which was pretty minor. So all in all, we're trending pretty good. It was nice to go through the fair and not have any pilot claims. We've seen that trend happen in the past, so that was nice to see. Also personally experiencing the fair, I found the fair to be very well secure. You know, there's a lot of extra patrols in place. It felt like there's definitely an increased presence there, and I heard a lot of people mention that as well, so that was nice to see that. So any questions with the current claims year report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the all open one. There was some activity on this one.
Thank you.
So this is our all open claims. We monitor this one just until the claims are closed. There's 34 open claims that we're monitoring right now, and it's open or in a litigated status. You'll notice if you recall from last month to this month, you'll see the reserves have been increased about $500,000 on this one, and that was namely due to about halfway down where it says policy year totals for 21. 4 claims. The next line below that, you'll see a loss date of January the 4th of 23. Injuries to last name claim is Michael. That one was increased here just recently, and that's kicked our reserves up to about $4.2 million. That's the claim where they're alleging we had improper signing out on Adams Road, about Road 5 there by the feed lot. The person rear-ended a feed truck, a cattle truck, I believe it was. He was driving a fuel distributing truck, and that one's in the litigated status. So the reserves have been bumped up on that one. Blair, did you have anything on that one?
No, we have video of it, so we're.
You have a video of it?
We have videos of it, yeah, from one of the trucks has videos,
Okay.
so it helps us.
And there's if you look in the next column or the next section down, you'll see the constitutional deprivation of constitutional rights. There's 5 or 6 claims associated with that. It's been reported that those are all going to go away here in the next few months, closed out.
Mm-hmm.
Just mostly.
We're just waiting, doing the waiting game.
Mostly a procedural issue, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay. We are receiving some recovery on the claim where they hit the snowplow up on Sagebrush Flats. So we're kind of working with that. The WCRG is working on the recovery on that. So when we recover, we'll, of course, you'll get, your money's back on to your deductible on that.
Yeah, we are getting the money back. It'll be open for quite a few years just because of the amount of that WCRG is getting. So it will be there for a while, but until it's paid back, it has to stay open.
And of course, the person driving the other vehicle responsible has to file what's called financial responsibility and file a Form SR-22 with the state licensing department. Questions on the all open claims run? Again, they did bump up, about 4.2 now. And then this is the final report. This is a year that we're monitoring closely because, as you know, as noted, we're approaching policy limits for that policy year. Noting last month, we did follow up or finish the gray claim. That was the dog bite claim. We still have a couple other claims on there, the Ramos claim, and then the Ross claim, I believe, is also on it. Yes, it's still on there. No real changes to reserve. Of course, the big claim, is the red wine claim that we hit a pretty good number on, over half of our limits just based on that one. So $10 million, we still have a couple $1 million left there of our total limit for policy year 21. So we're going to continue to monitor that until we feel that we're not in any jeopardy of breaching our policy limits on that. And that segues us into our next discussion item that I'd like to bring up. We've been mentioning for the last few months, working on an excess liability quote to extend our liability above $15 million. And as I've reported back in the last few months, it's been a chore to get this the quote brought to you today, but through our associates with our London group, we have London offices that has Lloyd's and London Syndicate. We were able to bring you this. This is an excess policy limit of our current limit of 15 million. So if we were to put this into place, we would have an extra $10 million for a limit of 25 million. And as we're talking to Blair and being in the business for a long time, a county our size with the exposures and the claims we've seen, I think this is a good safeguard to protect us going into the future. Gives us just that extra limit of insurance, gives us the peace of mind. You never know. I mean, we talk all the time about the gorge. That seems to be kind of like, something big could happen out there. And, would we run out of policy limits? You never know. Again, it's just a matter of what happens and, the craftiness of the trial attorneys. But this is a policy for $10 million. It would be a 12-month policy. It would go right over the top of our limits of excess, or it'd be excess of our current limits of the pool. So we would extend it to $25 million of coverage. The cost for this annually is $100,000 plus taxes and fees. We could put this into place just as soon as you gave us the word. I was kind of looking at like even dates, so it'd be like, September 1st would be a good date to kind of consider, just making it an easy number to remember. Do you want to copy this?
I have it. It's on my phone and on my computer. But this does have an aggregate though too.
Yeah, and it would extend the aggregate to
45.
Yeah, 45. Yeah.
So it gives us even more protection.
Yeah, it would.
How many times in the last 10 years would this been used?
It we haven't reached it. The closest we've come so far is 21.
21, 22 year. That's really kind of what prompted us to start looking for that, over a year and a half ago.
What's the maximum payout that could be that 21 year?
Well, I mean, if you were to take the face value as what they've asked for, we're looking at over $35 million if you take the full value that they've requested for damages.
But that included the red line, right?
Well, no, that's red wine's already on there. That would be the Ross claim and then the Ramos claim.
How many other counties have this larger insurance policy?
Well, other counties, I can only speak for the counties in the WRCG. Grant County is the largest county in that group. No other county has excess policy limits that I'm aware of, though I'm not privy to all the details outside of what transacts in the pool. I do know the other counties outside of the 10 that's in WRCG, they do have higher limits, like Spokane County, and I know Walla Walla County has higher limits. Grace Harbor County has higher limits. And, Cowitz and Lewis County, kind of the pure counties I would kind of compare Grant County to. It would be an unfortunate situation if we were, well, like the discussion we had about a year ago when we were looking at, the total damages of those claims for the policy year. We had the discussion of, we could run out of insurance here, folks. And that's, just first dollar county.
Yeah, I was just asking those questions because the only downside obviously is $800,000 over 10 years, $8 million. You could almost put that, if we were really gonna do that, you could budget that aside for some of these payouts. That's why I was kind of curious of those maximums. I mean, I don't know if it mitigates your risk at all as far as people are gonna ask for your maximum amount no matter what.
Yeah, you could on that. Then again, we could get into a pretty nasty, I always think the highest liability we have is, of course, our roadways and then our law enforcement. You get into a nasty situation there. We could be talking policy limits pretty easy there. And that's, per claim. So that, depending on the year, you could have multiple years of that happening. I hope that doesn't happen. I think they have good controls in place, but nevertheless, my job as your broker is to kind of point out the unexpected and to give you solutions to maybe mitigate that. And
Well, law enforcement, yeah, we have a jail, that's always a high
Yeah, and the three of us
probability.
rarely have any control of any of these things.
Well, and the thing is, we may plan on it and put money away, but one bad claim will take out all of that.
Well, and we're planning to increase the size of our jail and have more inmates in our new jail.
Yeah.
Which could increase our liability.
Yeah. So.
And then just waking up in the morning is a liability.
some days it is for me too, Cindy.
So, it's like, do we try to put the money into account for that, and then have something bad happen, we lose it all in 1 year? But like you said, Rob, we may not touch it for 10 years and be ahead, but one bad year, like Shane said, we'll clean it out. So doing that, watching that. And do we have that insurance policy for that added protection? Because that gives us each year.
And what was it? What was the amount?
800 for 10 million.
With an aggregate of 45.
Yeah.
What's our current policy cost us?
5.9.
Yeah.
The reason why we were able to get it that low is because we have that currently. If we were trying to go out and get it separately, it would be a lot more than that.
Well, I feel there's a need to do it, but I think I'd rather just put, if we're gonna spend 800,000, just put $1 million in a reserve strictly a year, if we can afford to do it, and then just build that up. Till somebody needs it somewhere else, then it's take it, but
Unless we put it in a reserve for insurance purposes only,
yes.
not for deductible or,
Mhm.
not for deductibles or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know, it's a tough one because it's like that, that $8 million payout is like, there were so many reasons that county has nothing to do with that, but the county paid it out. So
Yeah,
you never know what risk you have.
A latent claim like that turning into a half the policy limits claim, that was a surprise to us all. And that's what, as, a risk manager and insurance advisor, we want to point out, we want to give you protection for that. And
My
this,
concern is now that we've had that one,
it's,
how many other people are gonna say, oh, well, you just gotta come to King County.
it's opened up, I think, it's opened up some discussion for sure. That joint and several doctrine has definitely created I think a broader liability for the county. And that's one of the reasons why we were working hard to get this for you today.
Those nuclear verdicts hurt.
Yeah, they are. And it doesn't look like the state of Washington is going to change that anytime soon through any legislative relief.
Maybe they could just pay our
4 years.
increase.
I'll tell you that.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Right, right.
I would assume the 800,000 increase would be budgeted to all the departments that use this, the same as our current 5.9 is.
It'd most likely be cost accounted for, I believe is how you break it out now. So yeah, it would be spread out.
So could we do a percentage of whoever costs us this money, they could pay the 60%, we could pay 10 and 5 and 1 and 2? Sheriff probably wouldn't like that too much.
Yeah, law enforcement definitely drives the price up, that's for sure, Kevin. Yeah. So at this point, I kind of need just a kind of an idea if you guys are leaning towards wanting to go forward with this. I got some administrative stuff to kind of continue with this. If not, I can just table this. But I wanted to bring this to you today. I know we've been talking about this for months. And here it is today, so.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think we need to discuss a little bit more.
I'm gonna concur with Kevin.
Okay.
What are the other counties doing?
As noted, the other counties outside the pool, they do have higher limits. The counties in this WRCG, I don't know if they've got excess limits or not. Not that I'm aware of, but again, Cindy, Grant County is by far the largest.
We're one of the big spenders, hence
Yeah, well,
we have a risk manager now on board.
yeah, you're the largest county by a long stretch in that group.
So
So if we were to go like, instead of 10 million, 5 million, would that be 400,000?
It would be, yeah. Yeah, it'd be a quota share. It'd just be a percentage. We got 6 million for 480 on there, just to give you an illustration of that. That's all I have for you today. So I'll continue to follow up with Blair to kind of see where we're at with this. But at some point, we'll need to kind of give me direction if you want to, red light, green light, continue it or kind of pause it. So
What's the estimated increase this year?
they don't know yet.
It was like 16, 15,
it was
16.
8 to 20% they were quoting us.
8 to 20, it's a broad range. But if the trends continue with like my other school, like the school pool, they estimated higher and they came in much lower. So, I mean, we're at the single digit increase for the school pools.
We'll know next month.
Next month will be more of an indicator on that.
At the retreat, they'll let us know. So after the retreat in September, Rob will know. In September, they'll let us know what the number will be.
Let's say you have a 9% increase, which would be pretty
If
wild.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you throw this on top, you're like $7 million.
But you got to also remember, we're also going to be adding the jail.
Yeah, so now you're 8 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is.
Well, Shane and I will look to see what we can do this year too. So we'll be busy.
We will. Well, thanks for your time, everyone.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll go on recess until 11:30 when we are back for a BOE update. Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. and we are here for a Board of Equalization update and discussion. Welcome, Jerry, Marge, Jim.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, I don't know what your process is necessarily, but I'd kind of like to start in the middle and work out if we
All
can.
right, go ahead, yeah.
What we had tried to do, and I guess we thought it was for the best interest of the board, is to try to take the board to a point where we didn't have people just sitting around. instead of having 3 people sitting out here, we had only 2, so that they could get some experience. And that I thought was just, a financial situation. We could use that as a stepping stone, or should I say, try to keep the monies in where they should be, kind of a cost saving scenario. Instead of having 3 people sit here to listen to what happens and learn what happens, we'd only have 2. And I think that's why we suggested 2 people rather than 3 alternates. With that, I guess, discussion, I guess. Anybody have a thought?
I don't see any reason why we should have 3 alternates. I mean, 2 is plenty.
I agree.
I mean, it's just, it's boring out here, sitting and watching.
If they're not from around here, you're paying them to travel.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And having done it, it's almost a necessity to do it. You gotta stay up to speed with everything.
Right.
So,
I don't have a problem switching it to 2 instead of having 3.
But previously, did the alternates did not have to go to the meetings, or were they encouraged to go? They've always had to go?
The only way to learn the process is to sit here and watch the process.
Okay.
And if they're not watching or listening, they can't, and we involve them in the discussion, they just don't have a vote. It's a situation where I think that if they're not here to listen, they don't know how the process works. And that brings up the other topic, getting somebody new on the board. Obviously, there's only 4 of us now. And I'm of the mindset that we need to do it in a situation where the person wants to be here rather than from a district. I mean, if you have somebody that
Well, and
wants.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
And if you have somebody that wants to be here from the district, that's one thing. But the person that doesn't want to be here and wants to argue and has a grudge against the law, it doesn't work. You have somebody that's had an issue and they come in here with a chip on their shoulder. It's not going to work because they don't want to listen to the 2 criteria that you have to meet. If you meet the 1 criteria and
Well, and that's why Brandon left.
Right.
Because he didn't feel like the process was fair to.
if I can, I'm curious, Commissioner Carter, why do you think it's important that it's somebody represents from your district? Because honestly, sitting on the board, and I don't want to put Kevin on the spot, but I would ask him also, we don't look at districts. Most of our stuff's all out of Moses Lake. I mean, that's the biggest population. I understand it'd be great to have someone, but I don't understand the need for the requirement to have one. Once again, this board really needs somebody on here that wants to be here and is willing to learn and willing to follow the law to serve the citizens of Grant County and your district. So, that's just my opinion, so.
Well, the problem I have is if we don't have a board, then this becomes the board.
Correct.
Amen.
And I don't want that.
Correct.
To have people that are willing to sit on the board.
You'd be 2 years behind basically, because it's going to take you that long to get up to speed.
Right.
Now, having said that, for replacing that board member, as far as time goes, that person can't sit on the board until they're through the training. The training doesn't come until June. So you're looking at almost a year to leave the board without the permanent members. I understand that you want somebody from the district, but if they're not qualified, they can't sit on the board anyway. So, it's kind of a push and a shove situation, I think. From there.
Department of Revenue dictates those rules. So-
Right. I mean, like I said, if you meet one of the criteria, then you gotta meet the other one. You know, if somebody comes to us and makes an outstanding petition and then doesn't come back with the second portion of that, telling us what he thinks it's worth or she thinks it's worth, I mean, that's they live or die by both of them. Jerry?
Oh, I was gonna say additionally, the Department of Revenue doesn't require the Board of Equalization, other than, all the county of the, citizen of the county, in good standings, appointed by the board. And I think that's for a reason. I mean, we truly want the best people. It's tough to get people that want to spend the time to do this. I mean, having sat where Barbara sat and now sat here, it's like, wow, completely different now, completely different. And I would just encourage you guys to look at it that way. Really get people that want to be here, that really want to, over 65,000 parcels now. Grant County, I'm sure Missy's updated you on that, but it's tough. I mean, data centers are huge now. We'll get into that later, sorry. I apologize.
Any questions that I can answer? I mean, we can answer, I guess. Okay. Now, having said that, I still say that the person has to be the most qualified rather than from a specific area. And if you're gonna try to hire somebody from a specific area, I think the commissioners need to do a question and answer with them, because they need to answer some specific questions. Will you follow the law? Are you willing to sit here and sometimes be bored spitless? But it's an education. It's a at times I call it fun, but it's not fun. It's just interesting. It's very interesting to sit on the board. Marge, you have something?
I was just gonna say, as a county resident, we all live in Grant County and we all care about our county. So I'm not sure districts play a huge part in this. And I've been on the board for a while now, and it's very difficult to get people to obligate themselves to the kind of schedule that we have, one day here and one day there and in the middle of the week. Working people, it's almost impossible. We're fortunate we have an alternate right now, and she's been very, very, very good about filling in for myself because I was on vacation. But if you get people that are really, really care about what's going on in the county and really want to be here, what difference does it make what district they're from? My opinion.
Any questions? Let's go to the other portion of this, the money portion. Again, addressing going from 2 alternates to 3, or 3 alternates to 2. We were trying to be fiscally responsible. And in stating that, I guess what I think we need to address is the study time. And I think the study time on a general basis, for most of these petitions, it's a 1 hour study time. I know it says we're supposed to do it on a per diem basis. I get that. And I think that we're going to have discussions in our meetings, but I think we'll come back to you with another suggestion or idea for the per diem, and going back to the per diem, just doing a per diem scenario rather than an hourly. But it's got to be a fair per diem. If we're here for 8 hours and it's $100, we're less than minimum wage. Not that we're here for the money, it's the fairness of the scenario. Okay, so let's go back to the money portion of it. Again, I think that 1 hour for most days is all we need for preparation. Our schedule is set for the rest of the year. My suggestion is we'll go with the 1 hour preparation time for most of these hearings. If you can see fit to do that. If we get into a situation where we have the data centers, and I think we have one coming up, and possibly a second with not a data center, but somebody that's more involved. You know, those would be a 4 hour max. And coming in before, you know, if we're meeting here at 8:45, Marge and I have to leave north an hour before to get here, have some time to sit and figure out what's going on. If you come back and you need your hour study time, I'm gonna leave my house at 5 o'clock in the morning to get down here. Be down here by 6. That means Barb has to come in and let us in so we can do our study time. You know, and if we're then meeting at 8 o'clock to do whatever discussions or whatever meeting prior to the hearings, and the hearings are starting at 8:45 or 9 o'clock for most of them. But you know, I don't know what else to say. I think, you know, a 1 hour max is a minimal scenario at this point in time. And like I said, I think we'll come back to you come springtime or late fall, and we'll discuss the per diem and go back to the per diem as we said. And we can do the perusal, I guess, is what I want to call it, the look at what we got coming up prior to our meetings, if we schedule the meetings a little bit differently. But that's going to make it so it goes farther into the afternoon, so more hours per day. So,
Do you think that the others are spending more than an hour looking at those data centers, knowing full well that they're going to go to the BTA? Do you think they go through those 450 pages of nonsense that they provide?
I don't know that we do 4 hours. That's the point, because
That would be the far end.
That would be the far end. I mean, it would be a situation where to use the term, I think they try to baffle us with bullshit. I mean, you know,
Most of the time.
yeah. There are some very specific. I mean, some of the attorneys come in and they have very good arguments, but whether or not we have the ability, you know, whether or not we have the ability to make a decision as to whether or not they've come up with enough to make a determination, and everything goes to the BTA anyway. So.
Right, and that was my concern, is that most of those go to BTA, so I don't think you're gonna spend 4 hours looking.
No. And that was just a maximum.
But I will say that, you know, an hour on the majority of them is pretty fair, because I would spend an hour on a Sunday or a Wednesday before our meetings, just to go over it all.
And that's what I try to do is do it the day before, so I'm fresh with it. So, questions? Anything?
So you're requesting currently a max hour or different?
For all the minutia stuff, let's do an hour. That's what we're asking for.
Okay.
If we have a scenario where we have a data center or a big company that's got ARIMA paper, that's something that I think we need a little more time with. But again, it's 4 hour maximum, and I use that term loosely because I don't think it'd ever be 4 hours. I don't think it'd ever be much more than 2. Yeah. It's just a situation that we want to cover it in case.
And when you say hour maximum, 4 hour maximum, is that for your Wednesday?
Yep.
Or is that per file?
No.
The whole study time.
The whole study time.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
No, it's the whole study time. It's not.
Yeah,
My only concern about what you said about the data centers is, you know, we're assuming they're always gonna go to the BTA. If we don't give them a fair hearing and they don't go to a PTA. You know, we don't want to do that. So you have to do at least the due diligence to review those.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
No,
Not that you implied anything different. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just don't know that,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of it is, you could go through it, you can tell.
Yes,
you know,
fully
what
understand.
they're trying to do.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions?
On
Orange?
that one note, I just will say that I've been gathering their time for review in a file. So the board will have to decide if you want to make it going forward or since the discussion has been, and that I've been gathering review.
Marge, do you have anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Right now.
Jerry?
No, and once again, you know, he said at the beginning, but you know, all this should have been talked through in the beginning. So, you know, on behalf of the board,
I
our
think-
apologies.
Yeah,
Put the
I
cart
think
in
we
front
went
of the
about
horse.
it in the wrong way, obviously, and I don't want to make it sound like we were trying to force the issue. It's just, we thought we had.
And I think Kevin could attest, I think you all could, but I know Kevin could. You have one of the best board of equalizations in the county. I mean,
Well, and
I know you hear that,
appreciate
or in the state, excuse me.
I just appreciate the fact that you guys are willing to do it.
Right.
Yes,
It's a
absolutely.
it's a thankless job. I mean, it is. I mean,
Worse than that.
you know.
Listen to some of the hearings, yeah.
Yeah.
Starts out with, I know you're not gonna rule in my favor, but.
I mean, I can only imagine if I came in, you know.
Please don't.
No.
You can legally.
I know, but you know, I get it. Why would I want to sit up here?
Thank you for your consideration.
And I think the person that comes in with a box of Kleenex and it's not fair, you know. And, you know, I can address one that came in last week, basically, you know, complaining about taxes. We've got nothing, and I tried to explain to him, we have nothing to do with taxes at all. You know, we can't address that, period. That's something out of our control. So. All right. Anything else?
I'm good.
Nothing for me.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
It is 11:48. We will go into recess until 1 p.m. when we are back with clerk's office update. Good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. and we are here for a clerk's office update. We will remain in recess at ease until she arrives. It is 1:01 p.m. and we will resume with the clerk's office update with Kim Allen. Hello,
Hello,
how are you?
good, how are you?
Great.
You survived the fair?
Yeah. This week's been rougher than last week.
That's because everybody saved up for you.
It's like when you get home for a vacation, we're like,
Yeah, yeah, you need another week off.
Someday.
I really don't have anything. What's new and exciting in your world?
I can't think of anything new and exciting.
How are you? Did you make it to the fair this last week?
I did not.
It was nice. Wasn't hot.
Yeah. Just
It was hot Tuesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Wednesday was a little warm, but
Nice weather.
It was pretty nice. Did it rain at all? Did you guys get any
Yeah.
rain? Yeah. That's probably good.
get the dust down a bit.
Well, it seemed like
The person might have
it
gone
was
up
a
to,
successful fair.
No, I'm waiting to hear numbers. Jim was gonna get those to us, I think tomorrow or the next day.
Get what?
The numbers,
Oh,
you know, the fair count.
Yeah.
And they wrap that up.
I can't think of anything. Have any
I
questions?
assume
for me?
everything's going good up there at the Superior Court,
Plugging along.
good as could be.
I'm busy. Never a dull moment.
When isn't Superior Court busy? Never.
It's not really a slow time anymore. Well, we didn't have as many judges. We could always, the clerk's office anyway, could always count on the week that the judges were training would be kind of a slow week, and we don't even get that anymore because they rotate. Take turns going to conference, so we just keep plugging away. Anything for me?
No, I was just trying to think if there was anything going on, just to give you an update on.
No,
Nothing's really ringing in my head.
I can't remember if I
Actually hit send, but I was sending a letter to, or an email to Sheriff Crate and Phil Coates to find out, we need to get another meeting or two scheduled to talk about new jail stuff and just the logistics of how that's gonna work with both district and Superior Court, and how papers are gonna get back and forth, how people are gonna get back and forth, and all that good stuff, so. I kind of was waiting until after fair, because I knew that was a busy time for them. So, wait and see. I was thinking that Tom Gaines had said that some of the money that was allocated for the jail was for things like software. Does that ring a bell?
Could have been, he's got a list of items,
Tom does.
quite a complex list.
Well, if it was like software that would be useful for district court, superior court, or clerk's office.
And I don't know about, I mean, I assuming software could, but it was furniture, everything that besides the building that needed to go in to dishes, blankets, cots. I don't know if they have cots, but Tom would be the one to reach out. Got quite a list. It was pages and pages and pages.
Yeah, for sure. Imagine trying to stock a jail.
And all the spaces that go with it.
And
What a
jail.
list. Yeah. Toilet paper.
Dorm rooms,
Toilet
yeah,
paper alone.
food. It's like a little resort over there,
A large hotel.
large resort.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
quite
tell me
that
about it.
fancy.
Well, it looks pretty nice.
It does look.
I hope we do some tours, open it up for the public to do tours,
I think that's the plan.
because I just trying to explain what the jail looks like, or my perception of what the jail looked like, and then going through it, it was just totally different.
Yeah.
I think it looks like the prisons in the movie, and it's like, no, a lot of times they're in kind of like community living a big open area, which I had no idea it even existed over the jail.
A couple of weeks ago, it was before fair. And it was pretty cool. Cool to see. Kind of
Yeah, it's been a while.
behind the
It's been there
scenes
for a while.
stuff.
It's big.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Even the hospital tour of Samaritan, apparently the workers, the staff, they're not able to have a tour until they're ready to move in or go there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they were talking to.
I wondered about the jail, just if there were things out of the jail that they wouldn't want the average person to know. I don't know.
I don't know. You won't be able to get around anywhere in there without e-cards, so.
Yeah.
In some places, secure places, they'll have to let you in, so.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Tour. An open house, we'll have an open house.
Feed off that new silverware.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
They were thinking about doing a, rent a night auction type thing. I don't know if they'll
They've done that
actually do it.
before, and it's quite a little moneymaker to get, I think, some of the furnishings and one of the other.
Do it on a big campaign year, you'll have, everybody in there. Next year's a campaign year. And it opens next year, right? So
Yeah, it is.
that'd be good timing.
They did have the sleep on the streets, and I was doing a little march on sleep on the streets, but our sheriff slept all night in a cardboard box, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to sleep.
I was just like police chief. I don't remember who it was at the time. I think
You slept out there too.
Mhm.
That was a handful. But I opted out of it. It was a chilly night.
It was. I remember. That's all I really remember is that it was chilly. It must have been in the fall.
Winter, yeah. Green awareness for homeless population.
All right. All we got.
Rob's right now already working on the jail sleepover for Grant County's finest. Jerome, I know you want to do that.
You're gonna
Not really.
coordinate that, huh?
Is that it for us? We'll go into recess until 10:15. What time? 1:15. We're at the clock round.
Here's the 10 up there.
When we're back to public defense. Good afternoon, it's 1:15 p.m. and we are here for a public defense update with Mr. Hill.
Yeah, not, good afternoon, not too much report. Same things happening over and over, it seems like. Just a quick report on our caseloads. We're certainly within caseload limits at this point. Although we've had a little bit of a spike this month, but we did have a little bit of a downturn in July with cases that we took both in district and Superior Court, but a little bit of a spike here in August, but that's sort of expected. I think that's a little bit of a pattern over the years. So pretty comfortable with where we're at right now. And other than that, our budget's still in good shape, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we haven't hired employees. But that's where we're at right now. But at any rate, yeah, nothing in particular happening unless you have any particular questions. I guess the news a couple weeks ago, we did have had a jury trial with an attorney that was actually one of the contractors, but I accompanied him because it was his first jury trial, so we were glad to have him have that trial and qualify a little bit more. few cases. And also our intern that we had, he's gone now, he's done, but he's a student at University of Oregon. And he was able to sit in and do a significant portion of that trial with him. So we were happy about that, got him some experience. And left here on good terms, so, you know, maybe next year when he needs a job, he'll be thinking about Grant County, but we'll see how that goes. I hope so. We did enjoy him, and he did a good job. We'd like to have him back. But that'll be up to him, I suppose. Anyway, other than that, any questions?
I don't have any.
No.
How's everything else going? Good?
Yeah, pretty good. Didn't make it to the fair. Working too hard, I guess.
Oh, no, you've missed out.
Was it pretty good?
That was good.
Yeah. I heard some good reports. I heard some people say it was pretty good. They liked it. But,
Busy week.
what's that?
It was a busy week.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin was living out there.
Yeah.
It's half the time.
I was just glad to hear that apparently there weren't any significant events out there
We were glad
that
to hear
impact
that,
my
too.
office. So I'm always for that.
And we definitely had a presence out there, and
Yeah.
youth services was, that we had somebody there in the evenings.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they had multiple for youth services. That was good.
Well, good. That probably might help take care of some things. No, that's good. That's good. Well, I like that. Yeah, anyway, we're, not that we're not busy, but ours is business as usual. We're moving along. There's a case being tried this week. One of the attorneys in my office is up there. They don't have a jury. They're doing it to the judge, but that was a holdover at, they're in their second week, but they're working on that. But, so we've been supporting that a little bit, but, other than that, so. Anyway, sorry I don't have any more exciting things.
Oh, that's okay. We don't like excitement. We like mundane and boring. Keeps us out of trouble.
All right, well, that's good. Well, that's all I have. I'm pretty easy to find if you need me.
Yeah, we know where you're at.
Yeah, not far away.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Brad.
All right, you're welcome.
We'll go into recess until 1:30 when we're back with the prosecuting attorney's office update. Good afternoon. It's 1:30 p.m. and we are now going into our prosecuting attorney's office update with Barbara Dorbeck. Rebecca Kaler is also online.
Do any specific questions?
No, but I feel guilty about something, so I'm gonna throw it out here.
Sure.
We have a walk-on for Public Works. It's WashDOT. And let me pull it up, WashDOT on the West Shore right away so that we can continue. Currently, Dave Brand has been doing it a couple hours a week. It's just not getting executed fast enough. So there is a contract the Public Works received Friday morning. It is the same contract from WashDOT for, I know we can't say the exact same, but it's basically the same contract, he said, for Maple, and there was another one, so there shouldn't be anything.
The Maple and Grape Drive.
And Caitlin, I think, has it. Rob, do you have it, or does Caitlin?
Has anybody compared it at least to the last contract and flagged any differences?
I don't know if they flagged it, they said it's the same.
Okay, I would ask that be reserved. We have a civil legal assistant now, Tanya. She is a wonderful hard worker and has ample experience in the civil realm. She just came over from our Superior Court side of the office. Something that she's been able to do for us more lately is she actually has the bandwidth to sit there and take contracts that are renewals and do the side-by-side comparison and flag the changes. Sometimes there are none, sometimes there are many that were snuck in there. And that gives us the opportunity to at least flag those changes even if you guys need it really, really quickly. So I don't know if it's possible with this one, but that would be my preference going forward, even for those last minute ones, because
although it's not as ideal as going through line by line, at least we're getting the broad strokes of what's different so that Rebecca or myself can take a look and quickly assess those issues as possible.
Do you
I obviously can't
have
look at
a
this now.
copy?
Sorry,
Do you
Rebecca?
have a copy? Do you have a copy of one of the contracts that you said that it was similar to, so that maybe either scan it or take a copy of both of them and provide it to Tanya?
Okay, and I can't say they said it was similar, but they said it's the exact same contract that they used for the two projects.
The same
It's the same company, yeah.
And my question would be,
They can't bid the exact.
who said that it's exactly the same? Because if it's someone internally saying, I took the document from my drive and changed the dates, that is certainly less of a concern than the company saying this is identical.
I want to say, they said the exact same, or it was identical to they used one of those two words.
That internally it was.
I guess I think where Barb and I are coming from is our experience has not been positive when people have told us that contracts are the same. So from our experience, it could, let me back up. It could be that these contracts are the same, but our experience has not been very positive when people have told us that. So that's where we're coming from. So that's ultimately the BOCC. That's your call.
I think we prefer the.
Our experience has not been positive when people have told us that these contracts are identical, and that's where we're coming from when we're asking you, well, can you provide us the contracts where we've reviewed one that we've okayed and they're saying it's identical. So that's where we're coming from.
And then there's always the possibility of law changes, which don't always affect things, but when they do, it's big. So it's a situation of, it's not a problem until it is. And we don't know until we at least glance. So that would be our preference. Sounds like. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I have one up right now from Public Works from 2023. And this was the one for Maple and Grape Drive. And I mean, I know this is not like a legal review, but I mean, the format, everything, the first 3 pages, from what I can see, is almost word for word, other than like the person's name. And it's like the same edition, revised for 2016, local agency, real estate, professional services. I can definitely send it to legal. That is something if the commissioners are wanting.
And just Caitlin, am I understanding correctly? These are washed out forms. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if they're washed out forms or not. I just know that I found it in Laserfish, the one for Maple and Grape Drive, which is what Andy had referenced this morning. And he said it was the same contract. And like I said, looking at the first 3 pages, it is, from what I can see, about word for word, same.
Yeah, it would be from
So on the bottom of the contract, is it some sort of a Washington form?
It doesn't say who owns the form at the bottom. It just says the revision dates are revised for 2016, and then it says the title of the agreement, the local agency, real estate, professional services, negotiated hourly rate, consultant agreement. And it matches on, and the front page, even the form is the same on the front.
Again, it could be the same. However, my recommendation would be to have somebody actually go through and look at the language and ensure that those contracts, if there is something that is different, then that would allow us to look at the different language. But ultimately, it's up to the BOCC if they want to take the risk of whether this is the same contract that has previously been approved or not.
Let's just send it to them, have them look at it. It's not gonna take that long.
I mean, it's not gonna take them that long. How long is it gonna take? I mean, they're kind of looking for, so they can start it next week.
So how many pages is the document?
What, 30?
Oh, about 30. You got 11 pages for the agreement, plus all of the extra stuff that, you know, the exhibits and scopes of work and all that, which obviously that'll be different, but.
So are the exhibits pictures or are they
Like the scope of work and everything particular to the project this time.
which would be different?
Mhm.
And you're just concerned about the contract, the 11 pages of the contract.
Mostly.
I would say probably yes, because the scope of the work is gonna be, obviously gonna be different.
Mhm.
It's mainly just the contract that we're gonna sign with this company that's gonna go out and do the work.
The scope of work is part of the contract, and I can't speak for Rebecca, but I usually do review that as well to make sure that it makes sense and is enforceable down the road.
Right. I mean, I'd rather you
Okay.
do all of it, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like it would be a fire that we could prioritize, but we have a lot of fires, I should say that. Everything seems to be a fire lately.
Well, I would say West Shore.
It's a
Getting it
fire in our
resolved
world.
is a real fire.
Yeah, we can't keep putting it off anymore.
So it would be up to the BOCC. If you would like to have a legal review, we could probably have Tanya do the initial like comparison and see if there are changes from what was previously approved. That being said, like, and it was back in 2023 that I would probably just want to review um, the contract again because it's been a couple years. Just because things, I mean, even within a couple years can change. So I would probably just go ahead and review the contract as is.
Changed up this week.
Is that how the commissioners want to proceed, sending it to legal?
It's the same format as, would you say 2017?
2023, and that's just my, like, brief
Okay.
look, so it's not close to their level of.
I know, I really hate to bypass legal, but I know that we have 78 driveways that we are slowly looking at. And it's not going well with a part-time engineer. So this would be the contracted engineer entity that could go out and just assess.
What's your best guess as to how quickly she could take a look at it?
This contract, so if the last one we had reviewed that we would be comparing it to would be 2023, I would want to take a completely new look at this contract. I would not want to compare it to an old contract.
Before she can take a look at it.
So what's that?
I think what Rebecca is saying is, given the age, she would prefer a fresh look rather than Tanya doing the side by side. So we're really just dealing with Rebecca's bandwidth, or mine if she delegates the task to me.
Okay.
So I would just be so you would want it on by you said it was a walk-on?
They requested this morning, they requested it to be a walk-on. So
And so you guys would be reviewing it at 2:30, is that correct?
2 o'clock and 18 minutes.
Well, I don't know that I can review it in 18 minutes.
Well, that
I
was just a
would be
request.
fine to hold it 1 week if it can be on next week's consent agenda, but if it's gonna be longer than that, then I'm not really looking to hold this one longer than that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I could prioritize it for this next week. If you guys need it by, if you guys want it by Thursday. But there's no way I could do it in 18 minutes.
So could we do? What could we do if she got it back to us by Friday? Or Thursday?
Put it on
Put
the
it on
agenda for
consent
next week.
agenda
Put it
and
on for next week.
vote it through like normal.
Then it would be Tuesday.
I like that in general more. I'm not a giant fan of walk-on contracts, even though I want this one done fast.
Well, I agree, but the debacle we have at West Shore, I wouldn't want another one. If there's something that's different, we have a bigger problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I think we can wait.
I'd rather not take that risk.
Thank you, Rebecca. Barb, so we will not do a walk-on, but we will, Caitlin, if you have a copy of it, or we can hand it to you for review.
Okay, if you have a digital copy, you don't already, okay, then
I
I'll
think
take
this
this,
is literally
that's fine.
just.
And I'll have
Judgments.
Tanya digitize this, so one of us will take a look.
And then do you want to send her the 2023
I don't
contract,
think it-
Caitlin?
why would we need to look at the 2023 contract?
This is the current contract,
we're
no?
gonna sign now, so
Yeah.
that's the only thing we need to review.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just ask that the BOCC remind all the departments that if there's a fire of a contract when it comes in, that they can immediately call legal. It sounds like it came in on Friday.
Yeah, they got.
And so hypothetically, we would have then been able to, for example, get one of us to make it a priority and potentially have it reviewed for today. I'm not making that as a general promise, but it's always possible. So I just ask that the departments be reminded to contact legal immediately and directly, rather than going to the BOCC first, because the best of my knowledge, neither of us were contacted at all about this.
Yeah,
Is that right, Rebecca?
As far as I'm aware, I wasn't contacted, but I know
that's-
we do have a new system. We do have a new legal assistant, so it could have fallen in between the cracks. That could have happened, and we just didn't realize that it was on for consent agenda today. That very well could have happened.
They didn't get it till 8:30 Friday night,
Yeah, they didn't
and
get
they
it till
walked
late.
it on this morning at 8:30, so.
Okay. If the BOCC doesn't have anything else that it would like to specifically address, I do have two issues that I can address. Okay, so first and foremost, just so you're not surprised, it sounds like GCSO is going to be requesting funds for a new fingerprinting machine. I'm not sure how up to, thank you, two new fingerprinting machines. I'm not sure how up to date you are on the issues of constitutional law around fingerprinting defendants who are out of custody. But a new case came down that said, so basically from our evaluation, what we're doing right now could eventually be unconstitutional because for out of custody defendants, particularly in Superior Court, if they have to get fingerprinted after the conviction, which they almost always do, they have to be taken into the jail, frisked because we can't have weapons or drugs going into the jail. And then potentially, if there is a medical emergency or any other kind of emergency that draws all the deputies somewhere, that person has to be put into a cell, even though there's no actual basis for their being incarcerated temporarily for that time. And so the fix is to have them fingerprinted outside of the jail so they never enter it. The problem is the sheriff's office, the fingerprinting machine that they have for CPLs, it can only run one software at a time. And it sounds like it would be a very, very, very long time to switch back and forth because the database that it needs access to register the defendant's fingerprints has to go through extra layers of security that don't exist and don't need to exist for the CPL fingerprints. So that is why they're making that ask, and it's because of a law change. And in talking to the sheriff's office, that is the fix that they have come up with that is going to be the fastest and the cheapest, is my understanding.
Seems like a great time to let you know that I actually have it as a walk-on request from Phil Coates. He
There you
plans on
go.
being at the meeting at 2 to give you more information. But if you want to see the actual request to purchase, there it is.
I thought Phil was coming now, but I think maybe we've got our wires crossed and he was planning to come at 2 and I thought he meant 1:30. Do you have anything to add on that, Rebecca?
Nope, that's great. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to review that before I move on to my other item.
Does that need to be reviewed? Is it a contract? Or it's just a purchase?
It's the purchase, yeah, so I didn't know if you wanted to look now or if I can move on to my other problem.
You can move on.
Okay, we have a company, Rel's Fire Protection, and they are attempting to get the county to pay bills that they claim for services rendered from about 10 years ago. It sounds like they've been trying to do this since well before 2017, and they were told that the contract was invalid and unenforceable at that time. I would like to go out to WAPA to see if other prosecutors have had issues with this company and similar contracts, but you are the client, so I need your permission to do that, to breach confidentiality on the details of all of that to WAPA. So I'm asking your permission to do that.
Yes.
Send it back to Travis and tell him, no, we're not paying it.
It's a little more nuanced than that. The no, we're not paying it letter in 2017 didn't work. So I have to explore the legal nuance of enforceability and who signed the contracts and if those were county employees, in fact, et cetera. So sounds like Cindy is okay with my going out to WAPA.
It was a county employee that signed it.
Okay. Do I
What's
have?
the background on that one? I don't know about that one.
That's the general summary of the background.
The county employee signed a contract, but they didn't get paid.
So this contract has been going back since about 2001. There's one in 2001, 2004, 2011. And there's a question of whether or not that was in fact the 2011, 2004 were in fact employees' signatures. Those people were in fact employees, but in talking to Tom Gaines, his recollection, because he was intimately involved at the time, and I saw you on some emails as well on that chain with Jim Mitchell at that time, there were allegations by at least one of the individuals purported to sign that that was not their signature and that they did not consent to that contract. Regardless, the county terminated that contract in 2014. Rel's Fire said you can't terminate the contract because they ostensibly built in that you have to give them 2 years notice, which is questionably enforceable and also questionable that it was even in that contract. Regardless, they are now coming to the county a second time trying to get the money. So that's the long and short of it. And I'm hoping to reach out to WAPA to find out if perhaps this is systematically occurring across the state, if it's happening just in Grant County, or if they had similar
Travis just wants
problems.
his money back for what he cost him for his mess up on his house.
Ah,
That's what this is all about.
sounds like you're perhaps familiar with these individuals.
Sometimes there's more to the story.
Yes,
There always is.
perhaps we should talk later.
Just give them some work.
So I have Cindy's okay to go out to WAPA. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I will do that.
I've been too busy to complain.
Okay, those are my 2 issues. Rebecca, did you have anything?
I have nothing further. Does the BOCC have anything in addition?
This is the other Barb. Rebecca, I sent you an email, and since you're talking about how things are kind of backed up right now, I thought we would ask Cindy, how soon, Cindy, do you want Rebecca to reply back? How soon do you need that?
Oh, for the contract?
For the Board of Equalization.
Oh,
Because they're supposed to
I
make
saw.
a decision, so I just wanted to make sure, Cindy, you got the information you needed.
Yeah, I haven't seen the response. So just real quick, Jerry Gingrich was appointed to Board of EQ. He's now, I don't even know if he sits on, if he's just an alternate, if he has filled in a spot, or if he's, I honestly don't know the status of that, if they fill in when they're an alternate, or if they have to be appointed.
I think
But
he's just filling in right now because he hasn't
he
been.
has not been, visited with Kirk before Kirk left. The conflict would be, there shouldn't be a conflict, but those that are appearing before him need to be notified that his wife does work in the office, even though
Yeah.
she's not an assessor.
Yeah, so essentially, there shouldn't be a conflict as long as he's not reviewing anything she's done. So if she's just answering phone calls, then there should not be a conflict. If she's doing anything substantive and he's reviewing that then there's a conflict. But as long as the people are aware that she works in the office and they have a chance to understand the situation and object if they want to, then that's fine. There shouldn't be any conflict as long as he's not directly involved in essentially overseeing anything that she's doing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think it was more the notification that if you were to sit on a hearing, that he would just notify the applicant or the person coming to the Board of Ed. It was just more of a notification.
Yeah.
And that was a recommendation from Kurt, just so that there was no,
Right.
just a conflict. It was just notifying them.
Right.
I didn't know.
And if you want, we can probably even work on the language of the notification. I genuinely don't think there is a conflict in the true sense of the word conflict, because again, he's not reviewing anything she's doing. So we can totally work on the language of the notification. Essentially something to the effect of my wife, Rhonda Gingrich, sorry, what's their last name?
You had
Works at the assessor's office. However, her position is such that I am not reviewing anything she does, or we can work on the language, but essentially something to that effect. So that way that people are on notice that she does work at the assessor's office, but essentially there's nothing that he's doing to review her work. So something along those lines.
just a generic. And that's what Kurt mentioned as well. I just wanted to make sure it got passed on to Barb, and apparently it did not. So thank you for the follow-up there.
Yeah.
Anything you need from us?
You'll be sending us a JNS file or whatever the process.
You want the whole file?
No, not the whole
Okay.
file, but just the status, I guess, if
Yes.
it's moving forward.
Yeah,
Just that it's moving
it
forward.
may have been filed as a criminal case. The name didn't sound familiar at the infraction level.
It's been going on. It has been, I'm glad stuff is going.
Yeah, I'll look into it, and I will let you know. You want the email? Do you two also want the email, or just you, Cindy?
I would like to see it, yes, and then I can.
Okay.
I've been in contact with the Kathy who sent that to me, so.
Okay, so then I'll just send it
Let her
to you. I
know
won't
that we're
bother
working
these
on
two
it.
then.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Would you like me to stick around for 2 for any reason?
It sounds like we will not be doing the first walk-on, but we will be doing a second walk-on.
Okay.
Thank you, Barb.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
We'll go into recess 2 p.m. and we're back for Commissioner Weekly Meeting. Good afternoon. It is 2 p.m. and we are here for our weekly Commissioners Meeting. I will now call the meeting to order and begin with an open forum for public comment. 3 minutes per person, 15 minutes total. Do we have any public comment in the room? Jerome, go ahead.
Jerome Wavers, Moses Lake. I was listening this morning on your roundtable about the possibility of instituting a golf cart zone. I assume it's out by the golf course in Moses Lake. Like I say, I don't think that's a good idea. Putting golf carts in the roadway with cars, it's just a recipe for disaster. And I think that most of the people that would be driving would be probably children, young kids are out going to be running around, and that's not not acceptable. They treat it more like a toy than a vehicle. They don't have the, I don't feel they have the mental capacity to make the correct decisions. So I would strongly urge you to vote against that if it does come up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, we have 4 online callers.
2 of your attendees, one is Emily, the other is Carrie. They said they do not have public comment. They are just here if you guys have any questions. You have, I might say this wrong, Natalie, Greg, and an iPhone guest. I have given you guys the ability to unmute if you have any public comment.
No, not today.
Thank you. iPhone did not unmute. All right.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Agenda is approved as presented. Do we have any correspondence, emails, letters of support that need our attention or our response?
We've received a request from a film crew that is wanting to film on the parcel that the Wild Horses Monument sits on. They're saying that they would film near the monument, but the monument would not be in frame. They just want to capture the view of the Columbia River. So I know that typically we would do an agreement for the use of county property, but I also know that members of the public are not supposed to be climbing that hill all the way up to the ponies. So my question to the commissioners is if you would like me to proceed with a use of county property agreement, or if you would like to deny their request to film on that parcel.
So we own, there's a lot of property down by the KP area that has spectacular views.
So
That would be,
they are planning on filming on the WashDOT land, which is where the viewpoint is, but they are asking if they can go farther up onto that hill, onto our part, the county's parcel.
well, technically, they're not supposed to go up, so it would be, I agree with you, it'd be difficult to give them permission to go up when they're not supposed to be accessing.
Kevin?
Yeah, I agree. If you're not allowed, if you're not supposed to access it.
How do we stop anybody else from going up there? Is there a fence?
No. I mean, I've been up there a couple times. I don't even remember seeing a sign. Maybe there wasn't one back then. I don't know.
I think the trail ends, but.
It's actually covered by the Washington Recreation, RCW, I forget the RCW, Scott Davis talked about it. But it's basically, if you go up there on your own, you're on, the county has no liability. The big thing is though, yeah, they have to travel a big chunk of DOT land and DNR land to get to your parcel. So, that's who they should actually be talking to.
Yeah.
I did direct them to
That's what I'm thinking.
DOT and DNR, but they were still asking. So after my direction, they reached out again asking if they.
But we don't allow people to go on to our property to go to the horses.
The parcel right next to it is owned by Mike Brown. So I can probably reach out to Mike Brown, B&G Farms.
So as far as our property?
But we're technically landlocked.
There's others out there they could go on to.
I will
They get permission.
respond and let them know if their request was denied. Cindy, do you want me to give them your information or?
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, they would have to go through, it would be Washington State Department of Transportation out of Wenatchee to access that property. United States of America, yeah. Our parcel, and so is Mr. Brown's parcel. They are both landlocked. You know, it has some around it, but yeah.
All that I have.
Okay, thank you,
Barb,
Kevin.
do you have any items for the board?
No, sir, I don't.
Thank you. And we will continue on to the roundtable portion of our meeting. Are there any roundtable items?
Covered it earlier today, but
I did follow up, just to follow up on our discussion earlier. The Board of Ed training, it is in the spring. They have different trainings. But for the new board members, it's a 2-day. And they have 2 days in the spring on that for a new board member.
Are we planning to hold item 6?
I would like to hold item 6 because I do have an applicant that is a user of public health that has been trying to register to be on the board. So if we could hold that one. And then Barb did say they have, the Board of Ed has, let me find my email. Barb, you can probably jump in faster than I can. There's a 2-hour minimum. The Board of Ed is paid, and I believe it's 25 an hour.
Yes.
Okay, a 2-hour minimum. And then the meetings are 4 to 6 hours scheduled.
Depending on the schedule, yes, up to 8 hours sometimes. We haven't had one of those days yet.
Hour increments or 30-minute increments. I'm fine dropping from 3 alternates down to 2.
Are your alternates paid?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
If they attend.
Yeah, if they attend.
And then again, number 9, Barb, how many hearings do you have left? How many, I guess, more meetings are scheduled or months are scheduled?
We're scheduled through October 2nd and every Thursday until October 2nd. And right now there's between probably 8 to 12 to 15 hearings a day, but with stipulated agreements and withdrawals, it just fluctuates daily, weekly almost.
So we could probably run on the alternates for a bit, just finish the year with the alternates. I really, I did listen to the Board of Ed. I just feel it's important as a commissioner representation. And I know it was stated that Moses Lake has the largest population or largest, but technically District 3, Quincy area has $12 billion of assessed value. Countywide, we're like 20, 21. So I just feel like I'm doing my district a disservice by not having the opportunity. I did have somebody in Quincy that was interested, but it started moving a little faster, so I can reach out to that individual in Quincy to see if they would be.
May I ask the commissioners then that you ensure all your boards have equal representation? Because for record, they do not. I've looked at all your boards online. So I would just ask, if you're gonna do it for one, do it for all.
And Jerry, I've really made a point, you know, you've worked on the board, so you know I've made a point so that we have representation from all 3 districts. So it is something I've pushed for, so thank you. I appreciate the support that you are.
Truly feels targeted now. Thank you.
Pardon me?
It feels targeted.
What do you
And
mean
I've had that mentioned to me several times. For whatever reason, anything that has to do with me on the Board of Equalization is basically pushed aside. So it does feel targeted. I'm putting that on the record. I appreciate what you're saying. I'll adhere to anything the commissioners say, but you have a fully qualified board, and you've had 2 previous members from your district that, quite frankly, have embarrassed the county. And so I wish you luck, honestly.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that.
Any other consent agenda items to be discussed or roundtable items before moving forward?
Walk on request from the sheriff's office.
Yeah, we can do, I think
Phil,
we
would
should
you
do the
like
walk-on.
to address your walk-on item?
Yeah, thank you guys. I apologize for it being a walk-on and my tardiness in this. 2 weeks ago, we were made aware of a new court ruling that came out of King County, which is going to ultimately change the process that the jail has working with the court system. So I'll kind of explain this and try to use not so much jail terms, but so if you have any questions, please stop me and let me know. So if an individual is out of custody, he's not incarcerated within our jail, he goes to court and they officially charge him, I'm just going to say for theft first. Our past process was that the jail or the judge would remand him into custody for fingerprinting, then turn around and release the individual. What this new court ruling is that is a violation of their rights. Whenever we take them into jail, we're patting them down for any kind of substances or guns or weapons. We're putting him inside the jail, which limits his ability to move freely to obtain his fingerprints. So when kind of brainstorming with the prosecutor's office, how can we effectively be able to make sure that we're maintaining those individual rights? Where would be the best place to get their fingerprints? Because the fingerprints is it's a very important process in identity and in the continuation of an individual's criminal history. So we've been, through our brainstorming session, looking at 2 locations in Superior Courtroom number 1 and Courtroom number 2 of purchasing new fingerprint machines and putting them in both courtrooms. The cost of each fingerprint machine and printer is about $12,000 each. So totally, we're looking at about $24,000. What we're looking for is where can we get the funds for? I try to pawn it off onto Brandon's budget and he gives me the no. So is that something that we can look into the Law and Justice Fund to be able to support? Or are there any other funding out there that would actually help pay for the $24,000 worth of fingerprint machine? That's all I have.
Where's Daryl when we need Daryl? Because Daryl will tell us exactly what we have left in Law and Justice. Do you know what the Law and Justice?
Would it also be appropriate to reach into the court improvement fund? Isn't there a fund for that as
Yeah,
well?
but that's courtroom improvement. It has to actually go inside the courtroom.
Oh, and I think that's what these would be.
Oh, they would be
They would be
inside
in
the
the
courtroom?
Yeah, in the courtroom.
Yeah, there is some courtroom, if they're inside the courtroom.
Yeah, that's
That
what
would
those would
help.
be.
I just would need to,
Would you like us to call Daryl and have him come down?
well, he would have to look.
Law
Let me
and
follow up.
Justice is currently at 365.
But what did we have on our
Well, it went up
budget?
10,000.
I think we could find some in Law and Justice, or if we had to, we could find it in that new jail fund.
117.
I'm not gonna say that because Tom will get mad. Tom, if Tom hears that, he will come running down here.
Let him, we won't let him in the door.
I think, when we make the motion, we will just make the motion that it's, when we do the walk-on, we will try to take it anywhere outside of current expense.
Trial court improvement is at 442. $12,000 increase.
And there's Daryl. There's Daryl right there.
Oh, gosh.
It's almost like he was listening.
Did you hear me?
Or yeah, somebody called him.
Okay.
I got called.
It was my fault. Thank you.
Shine the bat light.
It's good to see you, Daryl. Thank
Daryl
you.
way.
We are
Daryl light?
talking about a walk-on that we have for the fingerprinting machines that will go inside the courtroom. So can we use courtroom improvement, courtroom,
127, trial court improvement.
there you go. There might be a few funds left in there, but I thought we had everything pretty tight.
No,
Law and Justice.
that fund has some money in it. We just got another quarterly payment last week of $15,000.
I thought it was
I
12.
think we get around $60,000 a year. I think that's what I got a budget for. the first talk of that money's, this started about 15 years ago, I believe, was trying to first talk about assisting for potentially different wages or other things to improve the courtrooms. We were using it all this time for making improvements to the courtroom. That was one of the things up here. You could technically, if you're putting a courtroom in the jail, you might be able to use it for something over there too, that's specific to a courtroom. A finger scanner is, it's the direction we've been going with the fund is capital expenses. It depends on how broad your definition of capital expenses are for that. How much is that?
What's the total amount of this, Phil?
So for each unit itself, it's $9,750. On top of that, we're gonna have to get a printer, which is an additional $1,300. That we don't need the training. We're pretty good at fingerprinting. And they have another device it's pretty new to this. It's a license plate import interface, so you can actually scan an individual's driver's license, and it'll import all the information to cut down on all the potential, mistyping. So altogether, you're looking at a little over $12,000 each unit. So
And how many units?
It'll be a total of 2 units.
Why don't you look at this as a trade-off on that fund? Use the fund. You have the jail fund. That's for multiple things. Is either this going to be for the new jail? Or is this for the jail?
No, they can't go into the jail. That's the reason we're
Okay,
getting.
so where is this going to be done at?
Courtrooms. Superior Courtroom 1 and Superior Courtroom 2.
Because they can't go into the jail or into the sheriff's office to get the
And if
fingerprints
I
done.
may, this
Yes.
is, the emergent matter of this is kind of important because this is already unconstitutional, what we are currently doing. So if at any point we have somebody come in for a preliminary appearance, the current structure that we have to get their fingerprinting and stuff is, we just can't do it.
We're just looking for a funding source, so it's not current expense. So Daryl, can we do?
You have the easy one, which is the quarterly money we just got at the end of July.
What's that easy
The
one?
Law and Justice Fund that we get around $200,000 each quarter. I think it's 200,000 or 170,000. We just got, we got 200,000 this last month, so we're now over budget on that revenue.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
we're gonna take
actually,
another
right
117.
now, that place is the easy place to grab fund. Is that, but then you look at, okay, are those dollars wanted for something else, of which then we have tougher dollars that are more restricted, but that we're having a harder time to spend. So that's always the thought process, budget process is, okay, we have the reliable funds we can always tap, is now for the funds that are tougher to spend and have more limitations, that we have harder times, can we find a place for that? So you have the money to easily spend out of that fund.
Okay, so.
And then it's research to see if a couple of these other funds can be used instead.
Okay, so I will mention, I can go ahead and make that motion and mention that we can use the law and justice, the 117 account, or the trial court improvement.
I think it's,
we have two
is it
funding.
121, I think.
Oh, 121.
121.
Yeah, that fund.
121 is at.
That's the ones you're usually paying for
606,000.
cars and stuff like that for the sheriff's office.
Which that might not have a whole lot.
And the bullets or
Yeah, we
things that
maxed it out
are
pretty
one-time
good. What's in the
use
trial court
and not
improvement?
for a need for continuing use.
350, I think. 442.
Okay.
Either of those probably, but I do remember the law and justice. That was a lot in the cars last
Yes.
year. Like over $1 million in cars.
Yeah, it was up there, and it's gonna be worse. Okay, thank you, Daryl. That was my only question.
Gonna get you a moped, Phil.
I got a helmet.
All right, see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daryl.
Any other items for roundtable?
don't think so.
On the agenda, we do have Most Lake Sand Dunes land transfer, I believe. That might have been the PA's office. This is the date it was going to be reviewed by, or we were going to check in on
It
it.
was for the end of the month. I think that.
I think we had a 2 or 3 week check-in. That's now.
Which department?
That's for the land transfer with the Moses Lake Sand Dunes.
The letter of intent, Rebecca has it.
Okay, I was gonna say, I don't think I have it. I don't have any updates. I can call her if you want.
Just follow up next week.
Okay. I'll let her know.
All right. Hearing no more for roundtable, I'll entertain a motion on consent agenda items.
Do we make it, Mr. Chair? Before I make the motion, on number 7, I just want to, the Board of EEC, were we gonna do a 1 hour minimum?
Yes, 1 hour for reviewing of those petitions.
Okay. And I would like to continue running as the alternates to finish up the year, to look for, and Jerry, it's no targeting. I've looked even the last appointment that was not District 3. I just feel it's important that we have District 3 represented in that Board of Equalization. So, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda items 1 through 29, holding number 6. Number 7, approving hourly compensation for a 1 hour, I guess, max, not minimum, but max, per week. And number 9, I think just hold it for just another week. That would be my recommendation. I'm not here in a second, it probably dies on 9.
All right, not hearing a second. Do I have any motion?
I mean, I get that you wanna have somebody from your district in there, but I just feel like we're not backing up our Board of Equalization, and I understand it's important for you to have representation in your district. Unfortunately, I have all the representation in my district. I think everybody that's on the BOE right now is in my district.
I believe I have 1 alternate in District 2.
Right, but everybody that's on there right now is in my district.
Yeah.
And I feel like when I was on as a BOE member, or, it didn't matter what area they were in, this property was in. I heard them all the same, and I treated them all the same. Not to say that anybody else is gonna do the same, but I just feel like we need to support our BOE members, because they're difficult to find. They don't want to sit there and do that job. So I just feel like we need to move forward and support.
So I entertain a new motion.
I make a motion that we continue with number 9 as it is.
You have to complete a full motion.
So you want me to do the motion for all of them?
Yeah.
The whole thing? Yep. So I would make a motion that we accept 1 through 29. holding number 6. Same with the recommendation for number 7, 1 hour. Except the walk-on from the sheriff's department.
Wait, we'll do the walk-on as a separate.
It's open, okay.
Mhm.
And then I guess with that, that's different. Good, next.
I'll second, motion and a second, any discussion? Discussion item I have is on number 7. The motion was previously made that it was a 1 hour max per week. Is it per week or per hearing day?
I would say per hearing day.
And I just would like to make that clarification in the minutes. Any further discussion? So this is a confusing one for me. I actually emailed Caitlin on it, but Cindy, I would assume that you will nay or withhold on item 9. Are you still going to approve the other items as presented?
I will have to recuse myself on number 4, because that is.
Oh, your travel.
So I can just, I will just recuse myself from the entire vote.
Or you could recuse from 4 and vote on 9.
How do we do that,
differently.
Caitlin?
That was my question.
My Barb question. I would think that you could just abstain from the 2, but Barb, please correct me if I'm wrong. Because you would need to abstain from that 1, and I would think that if you could abstain from your own out-of-state travel, that you would also be able to abstain from the other one.
Right.
Agreed.
I would agree with that.
And I think I agree. It just, she wouldn't be sustaining from number 9. She would be voting against.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes as presented by Commissioner Burgess. We have one walk-on item.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the walk-on item for the purchase of fingerprinting machines, not to exceed $25,000. It can come out of account 121 Law and Justice or 442 the Trial Court Improvement Fund.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Just note the machines are for courtroom 1 and 2 new arraignments. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Walk-on item is approved.
I apologize, Cindy, did you abstain or did you vote nay for?
I'm gonna just abstain from 4 and 9, without a nay, just an abstain.
Does. Come to a veterans meeting.
I'll
Everybody walks like that.
Blend in.
Hi,
Joe.
See ya.
Hi, Phil. I had to stand up, but it's a lot of work. Good to see you. You doing good?
Yeah.
They get it, 25,000.
25 grand.
I got 25.
Sure. All the way out the door.
We'll figure out the funding.
Might as well get
I can
everybody
only
to
throw
have
it
that too.
down.
Nice.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool.
No,
we were just.
When I leave today, I expect a high five.
Okay.
Although we're not leaving right now.
Nope, you guys got a bit yet.
2.5 hour bit.
Just a bit. It's only a small portion of 24 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, and I apologize. How long are we holding item 6 for? Just 1 week?
Cindy signed.
Okay.
I just, for the record, there was a comment made that I was targeting, so I will.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Of course, see you later.
Just so you know, I believe Jerry's fine.
Just so you know, I don't think you're targeting on that one. They say that for every single time.
I will say, I have been a proponent for districts with representation.
You've always made that very clear that you want
So the
somebody
fact
from
that
District 3.
I am,
So
it's not meant to be a target, it's just meant to be.
this isn't the first time.
I want someone like you or Brandy. That's what I want.
Oh.
No, you. Like Douglas, yeah. That's for you, miss. When I voiced that opinion, I don't remember to who. Might have been Missy or might have been Barb. They said they didn't really, overall, statewide, they didn't really like realtors on BOE. Which I thought,
They're always trying to get too much money out. You need a farmer out there, because they're like, the ground's not worth 18,000 acres, it's worth like 6,000 acres. It's like selling it.
Yeah, but that's when I explained to the farmer that the ground's probably worth 6,000 acres, like the water rights are worth a lot more than that.
that's fair.
Because they're not giving away more water rights.
I remember the first time I heard about water rights, I was like,
What is that?
why are you trying to do that? I thought it was the craziest thing.
You wrote 1 hour per week. Is it fine if I scratch it and put
Per
day of
session,
hearing?
yeah, I was just putting a note of what was said.
Per session? Oh, yeah, no, I gotta do my own.
You need that.
I think you would just write abstained on your thing. And then for this one, I'll call this, your initials. Initial next to your initials.
Make your shot.
Carry on.
Yeah, she was on.
Oh, Carrie?
I don't know, she, let me give her permission to.
Oh, I just want to thank Carrie for submitting all the stuff, so, and doing the division.
She is still on. She can.
Carrie, thank you for all your submittals, for all the information and doing the division. Greatly appreciated.
Yes, no problem.
Got a lot of contracts here.
Realize that was on camera.
That's why I slow down.
Well, if you switch to your right hand, it'd be
I'll
worse.
let your wife sit on this side of the table when you go out to the restaurant.
Yes.
My sister will obviously hear switching sides on one hand.
Well, it's kind of like when you're in school and have the notebooks, spiral notebooks.
Mm.
The metal's always on the left side.
They make them backwards?
They don't, you have to.
Ooh, that would
Start
drive
from
me,
the
that
back.
would drive me nuts.
Start from the back of the notebook.
You were the kid that had to get the special left-handed scissors.
Yeah, because the scissors, if you do try to.
He's
cut
like, no,
left-handed,
I used the right-handed.
And you have to pull them differently.
If you practice long enough, you can be close to ambidextrous. It just takes a lot of practice.
I am for a lot of different things, but.
Scissors, because you can't cut with the left hand.
It's amazing. I mean, you don't really have to, I don't have a problem now because I've got an electric toothbrush, but like brushing your teeth, if you go with your non-dominant hand, it's amazing how difficult it is.
I know.
I brush with both.
When I had surgery on my right hand, I got pretty good at
Has
lots of
quite
stuff.
Paper.
Yeah, I can.
I think it's because she had to print the page separately. Like they printed it and signed it and scanned it and sent it back, and then we printed their
Okay.
printed, scanned, signed.
When will this, video or meeting be on YouTube? Or
Probably next Friday. Unless the commissioners need me, tell me to wait.
No, I mean, you should send a copy.
We usually try not to send the copies
Oh, I'll
to
just let
departments
it-
until
no,
it's
no, no.
posted,
Okay, I'll
but
let HR know. I'll just let HR know Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday.
at the latest. I mean, if I've got time this week, I can email HR and let them know when it's posted.
I just want to see the videos when people fall asleep. That's the only ones I want to see.
Oh, which one was this about ready to? It's a general presentation. Get ready to-
Today, he didn't even talk long.
He covers a lot of ground in 15 minutes.
Does he?
Carol?
Yes,
Well, no, I'm
trying
just
to take minutes during his things. He covers a lot. And if I
Pick one, pick one.
If I
Or this
stop-
one. But you said
yeah.
I never got the part where, I think if we use courtroom improvement is the hardest one to use. So if we use courtroom improvement and then backfill whatever we can't use, I think that's what he's trying to say. It's like a mystery. It's almost
He's a
like,
hard guy to follow.
it's like playing a game. I know, but it's easier
It's
to do this.
difficult.
It's like playing a game, trying to figure out where the funding sources are outside of current expense, because current expense is just an easy tip, and you don't want to keep pulling everything out of current expense. I have to find that silo. Are you not signing it?
I'll sign them afterwards. I'll
You don't trust that?
double check everything later. Well, I've also have Barb's
Oh, she's like,
attestations. Probably run them up to her and she'll attest while I do the hearings. Or I'll attest before the hearing. I don't know. We'll see.
how's your training going?
The NACO,
So you know whether.
it's going great. I'm already on Wednesday's lesson, so very
So what are
excited.
you talking about right now?
Right now, it's about the positivity mindset, and it is bringing your weather. But I think the last thing that I just covered was saying yes when you can
And
and not yes, and trying not to say yes but or yes however, but giving people goals to reach the yes.
We got in trouble for saying yes, but so now we can't do that. We have to get you that. Yes. To the board.
I just go like this.
It's an answer. I've been trying really hard to. Sometimes we get a half answer. So, trying really hard to do a revival party. I'm pretty sure I abstained from mine, but I'm pretty sure.
You did, I saw.
I'm sure that she goes out down
You gonna do that, the school, or what was it, that they turned into
there. Yeah, but
something?
it's like $200 or $300.
No, it's a nice place. Food's so good.
But it's not out of our per diem.
I mean, I think you can buy your own dinner.
No, I'm not talking about the dinner.
Oh,
Talking about
the hotel?
I have a hard time spending a lot on that. Like, I usually look around
For what?
hotel charges.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
kinda
me too.
pricey. It's very pricey.
No, you want to, I don't know. Conferences there. It wasn't that
It's
bad.
handy.
Where's yours? Number 4, can I see it?
I hate going to staying somewhere else.
And then go on hers, I just put the
Yeah.
rest of the registration.
And that one is, it's a pretty cool place.
Where did the paperclip go?
I could eat that right now. I could eat
I've
there.
never eaten.
They have good food.
Are you talking about your Portland trip?
You can eat at the place too?
Yeah, so good.
Well, like, what is it, seafood or?
No.
Like,
It's just different, weird things, lots of flavor.
okay,
So
where is that
good.
okay on this one?
Front page.
So good.
It's just that, the little stamp.
Oh, I'm looking for something different. Sorry. I'm looking too hard.
Camera got a little bit.
Okay. That's it.
All signing is complete.
Yes.
Okay, it is 2:41. And we are in recess until 3 p.m. when we are back with an open record public hearing, budget extension, CHG grant funds. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, August 19th, 3 p.m. and we're here for an open record public hearing to consider a budget extension request for Consolidated Homeless Grant Fund 190.001 in the amount of $5,787,407. To give us an overview, we have grants admin Carrie Stockton with us today.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. My name is Carrie Stockton, the grant administrator. This grant is a homeless assistant grant, Consolidated Homeless. And it is a state grant. The start date is July 1st, 2025, and it will end June 30th of 2027. This grant is for the purpose to provide resources to fund homelessness, crisis response systems, and to assist people who are experiencing or at a risk of homelessness to obtain or maintain housing. All funding sources identified in the Consolidated Homeless Grant must be prioritized for preserving and maintaining existing programs and service levels as reported to Commerce in the fiscal year 2024 annual expenditure report. The total amount of funding is $5,787,407.
Any questions, commissioners?
Yep, just a huge thanks to Carrie for getting all that together for us.
You are welcome.
Hearing no questions, we will open up the public comment portion of this hearing. I see no one in the room. We have one person online, which is Emily.
She has no public comment.
All right.
How do you know?
She sent me a message.
Oh, okay, I'm like, you're quick. Mind reader. Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public comment portion of this hearing.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes to close the public comment portion of this hearing.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the $5,787,407. Or is it a budget extension? Is that what we're calling it? Budget extension.
I'll second that.
There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes to approve the budget extension request as stated by Commissioner Carter. Thank you. This concludes our hearing. We will be back at 3:15 for an open record public hearing, budget extension for State of Washington Tourism Grant. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, August 19th, 3:15 p.m. and we are here for an open record public hearing to consider a budget extension for a tourism photography project with the State of Washington Tourism. To give us a brief overview, we have Carrie Stockton, our grants admin, with us today.
For the tourism grant, this one is the Rural Tourism Marketing and Production. Grant number 250110. The grantee is Grant County Tourism. Name of the project is Nature's Playground Image Campaign in the amount of $18,000. The end of this grant shall be November 30th of 2025. The purpose of this grant is for destination planning and development efforts made possible through the federal grant from the Economic Development Administration Award to State of Washington Tourism by the Washington State Department of Commerce for tourism industry pandemic recovery and is intended for rural and underserved communities. Any questions?
None, thank you.
That was a short one.
We must have a caller still, unless you know mind reading. Will Emily have a question? A comment? Okay. I just thought it was ridiculous.
Well,
The other commissioners, there are no comments.
yeah, there is no public comment.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public comment portion of this hearing.
Second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Public comment portion has been closed.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the $18,000 allocated for the Nature's Playground budget extension.
Am I supposed to?
Did you have something to say?
Yes. I wasn't sure at what point it was supposed to come up. Technically, the grant was budgeted wrong, and it's budgeted at $510,000. It's estimated to only expend about $300,000. So a budget extension would be taking it from $510,000 to $528,000, and we'd be over budgeting it just more. So I think it's great to be aware and get the information of the new grant and approve or disapprove of it, but I wouldn't do a budget extension officially.
What are we doing new?
Well, the approval from LTAC was 300,000.
Yes, and so in the budget, it was $435,687.
Okay, so we are, let me go back and see what my hearing says.
The hearing was advertised
As a budget extension, so what would you like me to call it?
Technically, you have to call it a budget
I
extension.
mean, yeah, I would just not approve an extension of the budget.
Wouldn't you be approving the extension of that
The grant?
grant number in order to expend it?
We don't budget at grant level like that, not officially.
Okay, so we.
Our appropriation is by fund for Fund 114 at $510,000. If we do an extension, we're gonna say we're approving $528,000, which that's not a problem necessarily at the end of the day. It's just, we're overinflating the operations.
Okay, so we're not having a budget extension. We are just recognizing the $18,000 will be used as revenue for an expenditure will be used in the tourism budget, but not increasing
The overall budget,
the overall budget.
yes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize $18,000 that will be awarded to Grant County and not to exceed the already adopted budget that we currently have at
$510,000.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, I should have had Kevin make that. So, no discussion, no.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes as stated by Commissioner Carter. It is 3:20 and this concludes our public hearing.
Thank you, Mandy, for correcting
We
that.
will be back online at
I don't know what it's
3:30
called,
when
but
we have a
recognizing-
bargaining unit discussion.
Probably not the right word.
Good afternoon, it is 3:30 PM and we are here for a bargaining unit discussion. But we don't have anybody here yet. You're running the show.
I guess. She's
Is
probably,
Felicity coming?
she has to be coming.
Yeah, it was her meeting, I was
Yeah.
told.
I leave for 2 minutes and
Here's Michelle.
dragging myself in here. I can't, man, she's probably waiting for me. Felicity.
Oh,
Would you like us to call her?
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure, I'm gonna Teams her too, so. She was on, still with Tyler. Yeah, she's in a.
Did a message that we were having a meeting, so.
Yeah.
At 3:30.
Yeah. I'm surprised it wasn't mentioned.
Shoot.
So that conversation earlier on the Vetcore navigator position, said she was paid through July 31st, but that was all.
Yeah, because then I thought that's when the grant ended.
Yeah, and there is no more. She said she's running a nonprofit or trying to build one for them.
Okay.
FOB Columbia.
F as in Frank?
Yeah, FOB Columbia. FOB Columbia. She doesn't get paid. Just volunteers trying to help. And then state Vetcore
You're
navigator
ancillary to
no
the
longer.
meeting, I surely am too. I said, if you're ancillary to the meeting, I surely am too.
I called Felicity, but did not get an answer.
She's coming, I'm so sorry. She was in that, Tyler meeting and.
She said she was not paid May or June, just July
She wasn't paid May or June?
from the state.
Has she reported that to the state?
Make sure you're on time or.
They had
Yeah.
canceled the grant and then they brought it back just for the month.
Interesting.
Two belts on with his overalls. I'm like, asked David, did you notice that Dad had belts on?
I'm so sorry, I was concentrated on the parallel.
Okay.
Well, we have opened up already
Yes, we are
our
live.
meeting, so we are live. But it's a bargaining unit discussion, anticipated executive session set up by Felicity. So would you like to go into executive session or not?
I believe so, right? I think this is an executive session.
I'm not really sure
I-
which bargaining topic we're talking about.
Rebecca's online.
Can I get clarification what RCW that would be under?
RCW listed on the agenda that is presented is 42.30.1404A. Which would be negotiations. Collective bargaining sessions with employee organizations, including contract negotiations, grievance meetings, or portion of meeting during which governing bodies planning or adopting strategy of position to be taken by the governing body during course of collective bargaining, professional negotiations, or grievance or mediation proceedings, reviewing the proposals made by negotiations or proceedings while in progress.
And I believe I understand what this is probably going to be about, and I don't believe that actually fits this this issue. I unfortunately, Felicity, I was trying to get a hold of you earlier. I don't think there is I've been trying to think, and I really don't think that there is an executive session exemption that is going to apply, unfortunately, because there's been no litigation threatened.
There will be.
But there hasn't been. So I unfortunately I don't think there is an exemption that we can go under at this time.
So Rebecca, given what you know of the situation, are we good to just communicate the issue to the commissioners?
Yeah, unfortunately, at this point, there's really no exemption that I can think of that this would fall within.
What about bargaining?
This isn't there's no active bargaining, right?
There is.
There is. We're going to have to impact the bargain of this issue.
So and I'm not there physically to can we take a break and Decorah, can you call me on my phone?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Oh, you take it.
I mean,
Oh,
she's gonna
so I
step
take a
out,
break. Sorry.
we're gonna stay on live.
Your personal number.
Do we have standby music or something?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Text it to your work.
Yes, please. Hey, Rob, can you look and see? I thought we had one that said potential litigation. It wasn't just litigation, it was potential. Or maybe the potential word was referenced.
Yeah, it's litigation. Litigation or potential litigation, but Rebecca knows that, RCW, and
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
Around the corner. what's the temperature outside today? Hot.
Is it?
God, it's not gonna be as hot as it's gonna be.
Is it getting hot
Next
this
week, it's supposed to
weekend?
be hot again,
Next
up in
week?
the 90s.
That's
Wait,
good.
I got a
Kinda.
weather app on my watch.
Which one?
The With It.
With
It says it's 84 right
Oh,
now.
dang it.
Sorry.
Kind of cold.
It's still not going. Next week, though, it's supposed to be like, well, starting Friday, it's 91, 95, 97, 98, 98, 95.
Dang.
Anyway, so it's gonna be a hot week next week.
Hot Labor Day, huh?
Yes.
That's cool. That'll treat me nicely.
I mean, I can take next week off.
Yeah.
Yeah, next Monday doesn't look pleasant, 98, 2 days in a row of 98. 97, 98, 99, 98.
Wasn't that a boy band, 98 degrees?
I think it was.
I think it was. Nick Lachey.
I'm gonna make me a fan. What are your talking points?
You're not informed about any of this. So it's literally just telling them.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's it. That's all this is, yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't remember what we were doing.
Yeah.
Don't we need to change something in the contract to make it, one says something different than the other? What was that one? Isn't there something in the contract that
Oh, right, yeah, those, yeah, there's a few other things.
numbers that are correct?
I think there's 2 people in this town with that name.
Oh.
I know that doesn't sound right, but I'm pretty sure I know who that is, and I don't think he was in the sheriff's office.
Oh, man, you're so hot, man.
What, the other one?
Yeah, do you know, is there 2?
No, I only know one.
Well, I know one, and it's not a sheriff.
Well, he did go to the sheriff's office.
Well, I don't think the profession was before we even qualified. I don't know. Yeah.
He was a teacher, yeah.
Oh, it was.
It's the same guy.
Wow.
Yeah. And then he came and then he did
Yeah,
animal
yeah.
enforcement, I think, for here.
Mm-hmm.
He's interesting.
When you
He
took
was a
those
teacher.
out. Halloween.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No, you did.
I know,
I mean,
Yeah.
he might not have been
Oh,
very good, but he did.
Yellow, the yellow,
Actually, I didn't
not
know
the
him
clear
as a
one.
teacher. He worked part-time at Lowe's with me.
But
I was like, is it gambling? Like, why do you
no. No, call John. I gotta go.
Okay, thank you for allowing me a moment to talk with Decorah. After talking with Decorah, I do agree that we can move forward with executive session. I'm comfortable if you want to go under both potential litigation and then and I apologize, the other one that was listed. I'm fine with going under both.
Thank you.
How long?
At least 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Are you sure?
It might be short, it might be short.
Because what you want to do is you want to do it, we can always request more time.
I say 15.
Okay,
Let's do 15 minutes.
And we're gonna do negotiations. Okay, we're going to go into executive session for 15 minutes, coming out at 4 p.m. for negotiations, RCW 42.30.1404A. We're going to move backstage. I'll move you, Cindy, also.
Can we
Yeah,
extend?
we can extend. How long? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
We're going to extend executive session until 4:10 p.m.
And the other problem is,
If we don't have to go to arbitration.
You want another extension? Do we have a gist? What would you guys like?
I'm good, but Rebecca, do you have more?
No, I think it would be what the BOCC or accounting would like to do.
we are okay, we've given you the information.
Anything for you?
My head's spinning.
Okay,
I have lots to think about right now.
all right.
Okay.
Well then, Cindy, do you have anything or are you good to recess?
Yeah, no, we'll continue this next week. I guess we can mull it over and figure out what direction we want to go. Thank you.
Sounds great. Anything else from anyone else?
Can you announce that there were no decisions made during
There
executive
were no
session?
decisions made. We just listened
Thank you.
anytime.
Okay.
All right, it is 4:11 p.m. and we will adjourn for Tuesday, August 19th.
It's just
Thank you.